Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the Taku Taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
E te iwi, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei papahotanga a whakaata Māori. Ka mihi ki ngā maunga, ngā wai me ngā ahika o tēnei rohe. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ki ngā kai whakahaere me ngā kai whakataitai, he mihi mahana hoki ki a koutou. Good morning everyone, welcome to this Whakaata Māori broadcast of Day 3, Sunday, of the Women's Golf Croquet Invitation for 2025. I'm joined by Mikey Lauer, and my name is Paul Kaiser, and we are your commentators for the first match this morning. And who have we got up today, Mikey?
Hi, morning Paul. Day 3, looking forward to it. This morning we've got Jessica Bullen playing Helen Reeves. A tough match, pretty
spicy match.
Yeah.
You know, now we're at the final day. All the top seeds are going to be playing each other, so we've got a few banging matches for you guys today.
Exactly, we've got some juicy games coming up, so I'm looking forward to it. I believe
the players have just finished their warm-up and we're going to be getting underway soon.
So I believe Helen will be playing with red and yellow and Jessica blue and black.
Oh, that's good. The scoreboard that I set up earlier was correct. I just guessed it. I was like, oh, surely it's going to be this way. So now I don't even need to go back and change it, so that's perfect.
You just telepathically read the future, Paul.
I already knew what was going to happen.
Exactly. So what's the score going to be?
Oh, the score is going to be, I think, one of the players in this game will score 7.
Yeah,
and one of the other players will
get
score
some sort of hoops. Maybe
we'll get a score that's not 7. I think I can. I've worked that one out. Yeah.
Good protection.
No, I wouldn't want to place any bets on this. This could definitely go either way. Both these players are pretty similar in skill level, I think.
Yeah, definitely a lot of experience.
Oh, for sure. Now we always going on and on about Jessica's international experience, but
can't get a figure out
Helen has a bit of that as well, doesn't she?
She's a tattoo.
A tattoo.
She's a croquet tattoo as well.
Yeah, and
from her Trans-Tasman experience.
Exactly.
So, big commitment to croquet.
Would you consider getting a tattoo if you made like a world championship, Mikey?
If I medalled.
If you medalled?
Yeah.
Interesting. What if you played in like an open shore and you won it?
Oh yeah, I would definitely. Yeah.
Do you think we should ask Levi Franks if he's considering getting a tattoo for his Open Shore Shield participation?
We should just force him into getting one.
Force him. That was
I'll ask if I can do it. Ask if I can tattoo.
You can be the tattoo artist.
I'll be the tattoo artist.
Interesting to hear. What tattoo would you give him?
Apparently he had to carry on a kiwi, so maybe a kiwi.
A kiwi tattoo.
And then
like
number 18.
A kiwi holding a croquet mallet.
Yeah, and then number 18.
Oh yeah.
His test number. So, good two positions here from blue and black.
Yeah, usually if you're blue and black, you're always going to have the advantage at hoop 1 simply because you have the first shot. If you can put that blue in a really good position, it's going to force you to have a shot with at least one of red or yellow.
Exactly.
Whether you take 1 or 2 shots is a matter of debate. But it looks like Jess is choosing to take 2 shots here. And it shows the respect she's got for Helen's hoop running abilities.
Yeah, probably 1 yard in front.
I think that red missed slightly to the right. Sorry, slightly to the left, and then yellow went and missed slightly to the right. Maybe a bit of overcompensation just to start off with. But I guess you got to dial it in. You know, it's going to take a little bit of time for the players to warm up. But
exactly, yes.
They've had a warm up this morning, so I think it won't take too long for both of these players to kind of dial it in. And let's see if Helen can start the day off right.
Aiming to run it from hoop 1 down to hoop 2.
Well, I would have thought just getting through would be a really
good start.
Would be what you're thinking of at this point.
A good build of confidence.
Not quite there. It looks like these hoops are still extremely solid, like they were yesterday.
So, red to play.
Yeah, nice little clearance. That's probably this. If you'd want to hit it on a side, that would be the side you'd hit it.
Yeah, cut yourself to the short boundary.
And this will just be back in front, and then depending on how angly blue is, we might see yellow go for the roquet. We might see Portal Corfi just playing in for position, and it does appear to be the roquet.
Ooh, just to the gap.
I think it's the opening day jitters, opening game, not opening day. These players have been here for 3 days at this point.
Yep. So black to play, blue to play.
And I'm thinking we might see the jaws this time.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of a staggered stance. It looked like black was on the way. She just wanted to play it safe and get it into the jaws.
That blue is firmly in the jaws. I think that was a very good play there from Helen. Very good decision, saying, yep, that's like, I missed the hoop the first time. I remember that these hoops were really firm from yesterday. Let's just use the jaws. And she's played it quite well.
So yellow to play, just looking to go to halfway.
Everyone going halfway, but I'm actually wondering here, Mikey, if I'm actually wondering here if red had gone over that halfway line and Jess asked Helen if that was the case, and Helen being a very nice player, went and told her that information. And in fact, you actually have to tell your opponents, you have to answer your opponent's questions about the game, isn't that right?
Exactly. Good sportsmanship.
It's also just in the rules.
It is in the rules, but
it just makes it easier for everyone. You know, it's like, oh, what hoop are we going for? What's the score?
Exactly.
Questions you might think are actually quite simple. You know, sometimes you know, everyone has a moment of forgetfulness. Yes, and red had gone over, so Jess sent over to the penalty spot. Playing that in, it looks like we are going to have Portal Corfi at Portal Kikorangi, yellow at blue, because blue appears to be smack bang in front of the hoop, and that first hoop that Helen attempted to run, that was a bit angly, but this one's a bit straighter on, and I don't think she's missing that. Head down, head up, look at the target.
Ooh. Good attempt.
She was hitting a lot of them yesterday. We were treated to some fantastic play from Jess on one of the streamed games. I can't remember which one. Maybe the second one.
I think it was the second to last game of the day.
Yeah,
last
I think
match.
so.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see if that Jess will come out today.
Yeah, ran a really good hoop going down hoop 8.
But that's 2-0 to Helen, and you know if you go 2-0 down, it might feel like a lot considering you're there a third of the way to 7 already. But it's actually not that terrible to go 2-0 down, Mikey. Why is that?
You get first shot to hoop 3. And if you can run hoop 3 well, you can get down to hoop 4, and all of a sudden you're back to a piece.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like what we were saying with whoever has first shot to hoop 1 is always going to have an advantage. And if you run hoop 1 with control, you'll get down to hoop 2, and you're going to have the advantage there as well. So it's kind of the same situation here, just mirrored. So Jess has had first shot, so she's the one with the advantage. Or Helen elected to go for the wire there instead of trying to clear something, and I think she might have got it. I don't know how much of black she can see there. Maybe what, half of it? It's a really good camera angle that we can see, but you can't tell how much of blue she's got. Oh, she went for the cannon. So she tried to hit blue into black. Not quite, but at least red has gone down towards hoop 4, so obviously you'd rather hit black, but it is what it is.
Opting for the clearance here, Paul, instead of the hoop shot.
Yeah, well, I'd love to say, oh, you know, just run it. But
yeah. We're not out on the lawn. We can't really see what she's looking at. So
well, it was definitely runnable and it was straight in front, but obviously they're giving the hoops a lot of respect with how firm they are. So it's just interesting to see how the changes in conditions in the lawn will change the tactics.
Exactly.
Because I think on easier hoops, Helen was slamming that through every day of the week.
Yeah, definitely.
So you can see these top players, they all know how to change up their tactics depending on the conditions of the lawn.
I don't think black's runnable, is it?
No,
so
but
she's going
certainly
to go for the promo.
Oh. I mean, she hit it perfectly, but just slightly too much oomph on that.
Not a horrible outcome. Blue's still in front.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we're going to see. Is that the face of someone who is contemplating the picky?
Level 5 thinking?
Level 5. I wouldn't say level 5.
Maybe level 2. We'll get to level 5.
I'm thinking that Helen is well aware of Jess's contemplation, and that
going for the snuggle.
Oh, exactly. And maybe.
Yeah, I think it's got it. I think it's just enough, maybe half full.
Well, it's hard to tell with this angle, even on the camera. Is it straight? Is it like slightly blocking that line? It looks like it must be.
Yeah, you can see by her shot choice. So
not the best start for Jess, but Helen's done really well to especially that first wiring shot that she played with black coming over to hoop 3. I think that was the shot that got Helen that advantage at this hoop. So I think Helen must be pretty happy with how the game's going so far.
Definitely taking advantage of hoop 3 is.
That's why this positional shot is really important, and it looks pretty stunning, I think.
Just nudges red forward.
Well, it's going to be. Oh, and yellow's even better.
Yeah, great shot.
You can really use that first positional shot down to a hoop to dial yourself in and kind of adjust and say, okay, this is how hard I needed to hit it to get it to this point. If I want to get it a little bit closer, I know what kind of power I need to put into it now. Yeah. So it does become a little bit easier.
So, blue to play.
And very nice clearance. I think Helen looks like she's living the life right now.
Yeah, I don't think she's got a shot wrong this game.
Yeah, honestly. Maybe
just the first shot on hoop 1, but apart from that, it was still
angly. I don't think she would have been too fussed with that.
No, exactly. So, red to play.
Red at black. Ooh. I think these first few hoops, they've just been like, they're not missing by much, but you know they are still missing, and that's probably the difference this game so far.
So Helen's just having a wee think here, trying to decide what the best option is. She's got 2 balls around the hoop, so I'm sort of expecting a Just a little bit of a clearance on you, yellow. Well, probably not the outcome she wanted. Probably a bit too much of a cut on it.
You want to get a bit more of a you want to get a bit more of the ball connecting there.
Exactly.
Probably get the distance those balls are rolling to be about equal, as it is the jaws is on.
Not horrible, probably not runnable, but definitely wide from blue.
No, I don't think she'll hate that, because with where the yellow's sitting, she'll probably have a backswing on wherever blue's able to get. Helen has to play it way across the line of the hoop. It's hard to tell from here if she's got it, but we'll find out with what black chooses to do. If we see black going for the clearance on yellow, that'll probably mean yellow's able to hit blue. If not, we might see yellow into the jaws and blue going for the jump, the pecky. And it does appear just to be a position. Yep, yellow in the jaws, blue for the pecky. Like, a lot of the time, you can't really tell what the exact situation is on the lawn until you see a player choose a shot to play.
Exactly.
Because, you know, we might think, oh, this ball is wide, but then maybe it's not, and they just hit it.
It's probably the best option there. She couldn't really do too much apart from play it to the jaws.
Oh, that's the only thing she had. She obviously couldn't hit blue, otherwise she would have done that.
So, angle jump shot here from Helen.
Yep, leans further over, pops it up. Ooh.
Ooh. Good attempt. Very good attempt.
Yeah, now this is an opportunity for Jess to really try and capitalise here.
So thought process here, Paul. Would you take a clearance on black? But it's a little bit risky clearing black, isn't it? Why is that?
Well, I'm trying to think of why it actually would be a risk, Mikey.
Well, you just don't want to put it on the south boundary, do you? So in case she has an opportunity to clear out.
Yeah, that's very true.
But she has cut herself towards hoop 5, sorry.
Yeah, I think these players they could be thinking that the power's not going to be there to kind of move yellow very far, but if that is what they're thinking, I think with these players, with Jess and Helen and Jenny as well, that's a dangerous assumption to make.
Exactly. I guess being 3-0 down, it's worth the risk to clear it to the short boundary.
Yeah, and what has happened is that red is now onside for hoop 5. So the roquet, the positional shot, red's close enough that it's kind of denying the area.
Yeah, and black's quite a distance down towards the north boundary.
Yeah, so you can see Helen's had to play way over to the side of hoop 5. She doesn't want to put that ball in front because she knows Jess is going to get that stop shot straight away.
Yeah, and same there with Jess again. She can't play in tight because it'll just give blue an easy clearance. So
play a deep position. She didn't want to take on. She didn't want to take on that stop shot across the hoop.
Exactly, playing to that short boundary. So black to play, just opting to come into position. Oh, just a bit unlucky there, eh, Paul?
And these are a couple of shots where nothing much has gone totally wrong, but it's just one or two things. The foot's kind of coming off the throat. It's giving Jess a chance to inch her way back into this game, I think.
Yeah, she's getting a foot in the door here, but Helen's still in the lead. Opportunity to take control here. Good clearance on yellow. Very good clearance, very good clearance.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to play a stop shot on the ball that's just played, because they're not going to be able to come back in for another 3 rotations. And now Jess is faced with the dilemma of, do I just go for a clearance, or do I have a go at the hoop, knowing that yellow's going to have such a long shot? And it was the hoop. It was the hoop, and it was pretty close.
Definitely shows how quickly the game can change. 1 or 2 shots can completely flip control of a hoop.
And do you think that maybe if Jess had been hitting a few more of her roquets, you would have seen her take the clearance on blue?
Yeah, definitely, because she's at the top.
And then she hits that one. So.
Exactly, yeah. So it would be good confidence shot that.
So she could have, even if she was confident with her roquet, she could have just played it in. But I think the misses were playing on her mind there with that last shot.
Definitely.
Oh, and I'm liking this, the nice, deep, slightly angled position. It's always a good spot to be in. Especially when you're outnumbered around a hoop. But I'm just wondering if the distance is too close here, is the controlled clearance on for Poro Kikorangi at Poro Whero. And Helen definitely did like the controlled clearance on Poro Whero, but not quite.
So just coming over to have a wee look.
Well, the question is it wide, Mikey? And if it's not wide, is it a double with black in the hoop?
I'm not quite sure. It's quite hard to tell from this angle, Paul, but looks like she's lining something up.
Oh, you have to, and that's a very solid connection. Very nice, Roque.
Very good clearance.
Now Jess is all there. She's got the chance to get that controlled hoop run down to hoop 6, and that puts her in every position to bring it back to 3-all.
Exactly.
And then just like that, the games come right back to 50-50.
Do you think she intended to push her ball towards hoop 6? Or just how it ended?
I think she was probably just wanting to get the Roque, but she knows that if she hits it on the middle, it'll go in that direction. So kind of yes, but also I think
your main focus is clearing your opponent.
Just make sure you hit it.
So yellow to play here. Opportunity to.
Yeah. So what's interesting is that Helen. Very nice shot,
Very good
and
shot.
that is controlled, and it looks like it is going to end up in hoop running position at 6. So 3-2, prime advantage to get to 3-all. Red's on side as well. Helen must be thinking, what's gone wrong?
Just a couple of good shots here from Jessica. It's pretty hard to fault Helen at the moment.
Well, I think there were those 2 shots that black kind of rolled into the hoop. It kind of lost a little bit of tempo, if that makes sense,
Yeah,
It gave Jess a bit of breathing room to just play a ball and start, just to get back into the game.
Yeah, just a little bit unlucky though, just rolling behind the hoop.
Yeah, sometimes, the lawn just curves, and that is what it is. Oh, and Jess has gone and chucked it straight in the jaws. What are we witnessing here?
What can you do about that?
That is some crazy luck.
So thoughts here, Paul?
Yeah.
Committing to halfway. Doesn't look like she thinks Blue's be able to get it out.
Yeah, I think you have to.
So. Yeah.
I wonder what I'm actually wondering is, if you're Helen, do you have a go at a clearance on yellow? Try send yellow all the way to the boundary, and then blue somewhere near hoop 7. And it's back to 3-all in what feels like 30 seconds have passed.
Yeah, very quickly.
And we were saying that Helen was off to such a good start, and now it's all come back.
Yeah, it's anyone's to play for.
But that's both of these players. There's a lot of respect for each other. So Helen would definitely have been thinking, I need to keep the pressure on. Anything is possible.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not over yet.
I think they've played quite a lot against each other.
I'm sure
over the years. So
I know you like pulling up your world rankings, so I'll let you pull up the stats if you wanted to go do that.
Let's have a wee look.
I'm gonna head back in for a second while you do that and just check on a couple technical things. Maybe we'll swap out, but I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look at both their rankings, see where they are at the moment, see how many times they've played each other, because to my best knowledge, they've played quite a lot against each other. So it'll be black to play. Aiming for control clearance on yellow, just the short boundary, and very well done. So just lines yellow back in, aiming for a clearance on blue to regain control of the hoop. Oh, unlucky. Great attempt. So, Helen has quite a lot of experience playing around the world. She's played in Australia, England, New Zealand, Switzerland. Had over 200 ranked games last year, so she's pretty active in the croquet world. Represented New Zealand at Women's World Championships, played a lot of national tournaments. So very good shot there from Helen, right down towards hoop 8. She takes the lead 4-3, so exactly what she needed. Good confidence builder, knowing that she ran that hoop very cleanly. So we'll just have to think here, do I play a ball in or do I take a shot at blue? Because potentially from the angle she is, she might have a double on blue. So just lining up a shot, and it looks like she's going to have a shot at blue. Potentially an opportunity on the hoop as well. Ooh, I don't think that was far off, just to the right hand side. So Helen just opting to play another ball on, putting the pressure back on yellow. So that's how important it is to run your hoops down to the next hoop. It puts the pressure on the opponent, especially if on, say, you're heading south and on the north boundary. It makes them have to have a long roquet or a long hoop shot. So I don't think she has to have much of a shot there. She might have been wide, so just opting for the halfway and conceding the hoop to Helen. So opportunity here for Helen to increase her lead to 5-3. So like we said before, a matter of shots, it feels like 30 seconds has passed and all of a sudden we've gone from 3-all to 5-3. So the game can change just like that from one very good shot from Helen. So opportunity to go 5-3, and she does. Cleanly run just behind the hoop, so we're ready to play heading across the lawn. So just going to need a good position here. Right in front would be perfect. And just a little bit too far, but still within vicinity of the hoop. Like to play. And yellow opting to play in tight. And again, just a little bit too far. So she's going to need a few clearances here to regain control of the hoop. So it's going to be red to play. And she's having a wee think here. There's potentially a promotion on being able to promote yellow right in front of the hoop, but with black being there, it's a little bit risky. So I like the decision here, choosing to good clearance there from Jess. Black to play on the south boundary. So potential opportunity for a hoop shot, but just playing in and putting the pressure on yellow.
Alright, I am back. Tell us about what has happened. Like, I look away for 2 seconds and now we're at hoop 9.
Yeah, you've missed some exceptional croquet, Paul. Helen had an excellent hoop run from hoop 7 right down to hoop 8, sitting right in front of the hoop.
Oh yeah, was that from like the boundary or was that from closer? Or
Yeah, she ran hoop 7 all the way down right in front of hoop 8, so
yeah,
pretty much
from what distance?
Well, probably 2-3 yards in front, 2 yards in front. So not a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
So really well controlled.
Nice.
And so she's made the score 5-3, and just a little bit unlucky. Jessica was a bit hampered by one of her shots, and one of the other one just missed to the right. So Helen leads 5-3.
Yeah, they've all been going 2 by 2, I think. Right. Helen will make 2 hoops. Jess will make 2 hoops. Well, 3 in the case of the start, but... Ooh. Now, can yellow see blue?
So yellow to play.
Is it a pecky? It is not. It's flat.
Oof.
I don't know how much of that she could have seen. It can't have been much.
Not much at all. So
I think we'll just see her turn around here. Yep. Just play the wee stop shot. Why is it called a stop shot?
because
the balls aren't stopped. They're moving.
You tell me, Paul. You can probably explain it better than I can.
Well, the reason it's called a stop shot, some would say it's because you're supposed to stop your mallet. That's not true at all. The reason it's called a stop shot is because your ball will stop and stay where it is, and you might think in croquet it's, you want to be hitting things really hard, but no, sometimes you actually want your ball to stay in a particular position, Mikey.
Sometimes control is really important.
Love a good bit of control.
Yeah.
And those controlled clearances, those stop shots, very, very important.
It's not all just about whacking it through the hoop and...
No, you might think people are just bashing it, but every one of the wahine you see here are well experienced in knowing exactly how much power to put in their swing to run a hoop. It's not just bash it. It's like a pendulum.
Controlled pendulum.
Exactly. You're not kind of pushing down into it. You're kind of letting the mallet come through. Let the mallet do the work.
Exactly.
A great man once said to just let the mallet do the work.
Yeah, I think that's quite a common saying as you enter croquet, you let the mallet do the work.
Yeah. Black at yellow. It's interesting here, black hasn't actually gone off the lawn.
Which is a little bit risky.
It leaves it open for yellow to come back and do a return stop shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Helen might not care about that too much just because of where blue is. She might think that yellow will consider blue as more of a threat, and she does.
Yeah, clearing blue gives an opportunity for red at the hoop, and she's excellent clearance.
And it's on the middle, very nice.
Very well controlled.
You can see the ratio of distances to where yellow's travelled and where blue's travelled. Yellow has barely gone past the hoop, but blue's gone maybe 20 yards. And that's part of hitting a ball on the middle, and that's why a stop shot has nothing to do with whether you stop your mallet. It's about the ratio of the distances the balls travel.
Yeah, Jess just opting for the clearance instead of the hoop, wanting to gain control. Oh, she's accidentally cleared herself. But red hasn't landed in a bad position.
So Jess will have, well, she won't have hit yellow on purpose, but she will have exactly placed that red. She will have placed that red exactly where she wanted, right in front of the hoop, preferably blocking black if you can, but just as long as it's in the conversation, it's annoying.
So Helen just resetting up.
We just got to be quiet because this is the hoop that is closest to us. You might actually, on the camera, they might actually see us at some point, but we're not very far away.
Yeah, we have to give them a wave when they get the chance, Paul.
Oh yeah, if they end up pointing at us, maybe we will. But no, we don't want to put any of these players off their game.
Exactly.
We want to see some fantastic croquet, not players getting mad at the commentators for interrupting.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of a telling off yesterday for being too loud.
Oh,
not telling off, but
we do the best we can. We don't have too much space, but so where are we at now? It looks like black and yellow. Are we thinking?
Potentially, yeah. I think that's the best option.
Or is it going to be?
Maybe a hoop shot.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. It could be anything.
Well, I think there was a hoop shot.
I might have been. Maybe it was what we call a double, Mikey.
Like a good juicy double.
Juicy double. We do love a juicy double.
Opportunity to... Oh, very well run, right down towards the next hoop. Black is in offside position, so it will be removed to a penalty spot.
Now it's actually interesting there, because just with where black ended up and where yellow ended up, there was a chance that yellow could nudge into black. So, and if that had happened, black would actually not be offside.
There would be an onside position.
You have to wait there until all the balls have stopped moving before you want to direct your opponent to go somewhere, just in case.
Exactly, because it's not ended turn until the balls come to a stop.
It's not the end of the world, but it'll just be a funny little moment. That kind of thing doesn't happen very often, though. Oh my goodness, has she wired herself?
I don't think so. I think she's a little bit of room there, but she wouldn't be too worried about it.
See what the angle shows us in a second. Oh no, it looks like she's open on that.
But black's coming into a very good position. Would you?
These positional shots have been outstanding, Mikey.
Yeah, would you take a clearance on black instead of blue?
Ooh, see, I like it because the way Jess has been playing those stop shots, she can just roll this maybe half a ball to a ball, sit in front of blue, and even if she doesn't get the wire, which she hasn't, blue's still faced with a tough dilemma. Do I take on a clearance? Do I run the hoop, knowing that it could be my last shot at this hoop, my last hoop running opportunity? And no, she's chosen to clear red. And she's kind of lost control of that of that blue ball, hasn't she, Mikey? It's sitting on the north boundary behind hoop 10.
Yeah, so Jess will just opt to play a ball back in front.
I think she'll do more than that. I think she might be thinking about the wide position.
But I don't think she's got it. Has she? Do you think she's got it? No, definitely not.
No,
definitely
it's not. Blue's on the same side of the hoop.
But she's got two balls in front, so she won't be too disappointed with that.
Now, you could do a jaws here, Mikey, but was there any reason why you might think about not playing for the jaws here?
Maybe just play for the wire on black.
And that's what it looks like. That's what Jess has done. But I think she's gone for the wire on blue, actually. I think I would have been a fan of just chucking it in front. Blue's going to have to clear red anyway, so you're not really worried about blue's clearance. And playing for the jaws while powerful is very risky. You know, it could end up sitting on a wire blocking everything.
She might have just hampered her own next shot.
Well, yellow plays beforehand, so I'm expecting her to just play the yellow back out away from the hoop.
Exactly.
Get that wire on blue. Helen will. I assume Helen is. Yeah, she's thinking about it. She knows that Jess might play for this wire. Yep, as we expected, Jess playing out away from the hoop onto that wiring line, so blue doesn't have a shot at red. And now it's looking pretty rough for Helen. Stork. Stance, yeah, she's not happy with this. Jess has put her in a real pickle. It's a very, very tactical game here.
So are we ready to play?
Do you think Helen was thinking about the curve in the lawn there and maybe hoping
it would curve round yellow?
It's a bit of a hidden hope shot, but if you don't go for it, you won't get it, will you?
Yeah, you got to go for them sometimes. So 5-all, very close game, Paul.
Yeah, well, we're saying Helen's down and out of it. Well, we're not, but we've been saying Helen hasn't been having a good time. But even with all that, that was only to bring it back to 5-all, and Helen still has first shot down the middle.
Exactly, yeah.
Still absolutely all to play for. I don't think you could have asked for a better first game this morning.
Exactly, it could be anybody's game.
It truly could go either way. We've had one player gets ahead, the other one comes back, and it's happened again. Helen got ahead, Jess came back.
But it looked like she's hampered her shot here, wide her shot on black.
Look,
So-
black will be hitting yellow, won't it?
Yeah, knowing Helen's game, most likely, yeah. Even if it had a hoop shot, she'd still go for the clearance on
Now,
yellow.
It doesn't even have to be a roquet on yellow. I'm thinking of the snuggle option here.
Ooh. Looked like she went for the clearance on blue.
Are you liking the snuggle option here, Mikey? Black snuggle onto yellow.
I think it's a good option. It wires her a shot to the next hoop as well, but she's opted for the clearance.
Well, it's equally valid. Yellow's really far away. Black has barely moved. You don't give much away. And if you're not as confident playing those snuggle shots, it's a fair call. And it appears that on lawn 4, the next lawn, Jenny Clark and Nicola Clement, it appears that Jenny has just won that first game 7-1. So definitely a good result for Jenny there.
So blue to play. So 6-5 Helen.
Oh, anything could happen now. Now you have to start thinking, if you're Jess, are you thinking about your hoop 12, hoop 13 tactics?
Yeah, yeah, she's probably thinking, how do I get from hoop 12 to hoop 13 in one shot or a couple of shots?
It's really been the case this game that whoever's had the first shot to one of those odd numbered hoops, you know, hoop 3, hoop 7, hoop 11, hoop 9, they've all just been able to run the hoop. It's very much been put a ball in, put another ball in, shoot with partner ball, you miss, and then opponent runs that hoop with control.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the hoops Jess has run is going down from 5 to 6,
So
or going down from 9 to 10 in one shot. So she's not going to have the opportunity now to run hoop 12 to 13.
So
she's got to go the other direction. So she's going to have to figure a way to get there.
So she knows that if she runs hoop 12, Helen will have first shot to 13, and with how her positioning has been, you'd expect her to get that right in front.
Exactly. So she's going to need to pull a couple of really good shots out of the bag here, Jess.
You want to try and she's going to want to try and engineer an advantage from getting to hoop 12 and to hoop 13, and there are a couple ways you can do that.
A rush?
Yeah, a rush. Rush is one of them, and the flick off is probably the other main one.
The triangle of danger?
Well, you got to be careful about that. But there are also more esoteric ones, like hampering a ball behind a hoop, moving it, tippy-tapping it around, and I don't think we'll be seeing any shots like that, but it's always things to have in the back of your mind.
Well, you never know. We'll just see how it plays out.
Well, I think yellow at blue, that if Red can get a good stop shot here, which it's hard to tell if she has, but yellow could be in prime position for the flick off. And what do I mean by the flick off when I'm talking about flicking off to 13?
Flick yourself into an onside position?
Yeah, because if you come off an opponent ball and you're over halfway, you're onside.
Exactly.
But Jess must not have liked the angle on the red, so chose not to go for the aggressive flick off to 13. Chose instead simply play into position, play the waiting game, put the ball in Helen's court.
Got some deep thinking here from Helen, just taking her time.
Yeah, she knows this is an important situation. She doesn't want to give away anything to Jess. Both of these players are very advanced in the art of tactics.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like Black has the best shot on the hoop. Like, it's a little bit angled, so opting just to play in.
Well, Helen won't mind that Black doesn't have the best shot at the hoop because she's the one who wants to run it. So even getting in the jaws is enough for her.
Exactly.
Like if you're Jess here, the jaws probably, unless the position changes dramatically, the jaws isn't enough here. It needs to go through, and you really want to have that advantage going down to 13. Otherwise, I fear it's going to be Helen will just play a ball in front. There might be 2 roquets that miss, and then the hoop is just run. And it's like nothing happened. this here.
Big shot here from red. What
This
to think
is-
about?
This is prime territory to try and set up a rush. I think her dad would like that tactic, setting up the rush here.
Mr. Brian Bullen.
Or Mr. Brian Bullen. Absolute tactical genius. I know that yesterday there was a phone call where Brian called up Jess and instantly went straight to tactical advice. Definitely croqueters in their blood, that
Exactly.
whole family. And, you can't talk about the Bullens without forgetting the most junior player, Nathan Bullen.
Yeah, upcoming player, I'd say. Learns a lot off Brian and Jess.
Yeah, maybe soon we might see him in some big tournaments.
Exactly.
So what would be one thing of advice you'd give to any up and coming players like Nathan who are watching some exceptional croquet and thinking what's the one major thing I can do to put myself on the path to being able to emulate these players?
I'll say words. Practice, practice, practice.
Solid advice, no matter what sport you play, I reckon. So it's another interesting tactical situation that we've got here. Black letting yellow go for the clearance. It's put it in prime stop shot position, and I'm unsure. I'm unsure about that. Now Jess will have two balls in front, although yellow was able to be stop shot by blue. Is that what Helen was thinking? Saying, sure, you can play the stop shot, but I reckon you're going to roll over. Blue's going to be able to stop shot you, and I'll just let red have a go at the hoop.
So if you're Jess here, are you having a hoop shot or are you trying to take control?
No, it's too far. I think it's a good idea here. The hoops have been really difficult. Play the stop shot, see if you can get further towards the hoop as well. It looks like she's done that.
So should opt just to play back in with yellow?
Well, red might not even be runnable, Mikey.
Bit of a dangerous position there from Helen.
Yeah, I think the triangular danger is coming to effect here.
So very good shot there from Jess. So what are you thinking? What's Reed going to do?
That flick looks pretty juicy. I'm wanting to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking for a big flick here, big triangle danger. Hopefully
right hand side, and we want to see this red going right up to the north boundary, way up towards 13.
Oh, she went for it.
She gave it a go. Red's moved further up. It's over the halfway line, still onside.
So
not exactly where she would have wanted it to go, but it's still a lot better than it was, Mikey.
It's always risky shots though, because anyone at this level can hit good roquet. So,
but what Jess has done, and the way she's played it really well, she has given herself the opportunity to get that advantage, and that's those advanced tactics coming through.
Exactly.
Like being able to see that. And sure, it may not work, but at least you've given yourself the chance to, and many players wouldn't see that. So I think we will see Jess just opting to run the hoop, take the advantage even if it's small, because she probably won't get better than that. You can't give your opponent too many extra shots. Yeah, very nice. 6-all, hoop 13. Here we go. Helen's got first shot.
So, just wanting to position right in front, do you think, Paul?
Absolutely, right in front of 13. Could be game winning.
Hopefully a wire from yellow.
Oh, that would be icing on the cake.
Oh, it's rolling.
Oy.
Not a bad position, pretty good.
I think that's about as good as you could hope for.
Exactly.
That is absolutely runnable. Jess is going to turn around, look at that. Is it wide? Can she see it? She's having a look.
I don't think she can. I think she's just trying to sneak through that gap.
No, she's just playing in. She's playing in. It's not. It must be wide.
Oh, just
She definitely wouldn't turn down that clearance since it's much shorter than the one yellow has. So Helen must have put that in perfect wiring position. Incredible shot there from Blue.
If you could see blue with yellow, would you be shooting?
Of course, every day of the week. You're going to end up on the north boundary anyway.
Exactly.
So you may as well. And if you were to play a positional shot, the only place you'd want to end up is right in front of it. And landing a ball on a blade of grass from there, not really something you can aim for.
So opportunity for Helen, a little bit angled, but definitely within her range.
This is the shot, but Helen has declined hoops shorter than this before. So will she just choose to take the clearance on red, jaws it with black, or run it?
So
just to minimise any risk? Nah. She's saying, screw this. I'm running the hoop.
Let's win it.
Yep, no problem. She made it look easy, and that's what we were saying with having the first shot to 13, how powerful it is. All Helen did was put that ball right in front, and there was nothing Jess could do. So what a fantastic first game to start us off. Both of these players have played really well, and I really think this match could go anyone's way.
So your prediction came true, Paul?
One of the players got 7, and one of the players did not, I think. I think that was a... You know, I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but, you know, it came true. I'm predicting, you know what, Marky, I'm predicting that the same thing's going to happen again in the second match, in the second game. One of the players is going to score 7, and one of the players is not.
Exactly, so...
So we might go to a quick ad break. So I will just go sort that out in a second. Ka kite anō.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimana.
So they created legislation, the Foreshore and Seabed Act.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay, guys, twice to sell. Got past as well. Going to sell. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Celtics and Supergold? Scan your Celtics app flybys or air points for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
We are back for the second game. It looks like the players have gotten straight back into it. And we've had a bit of a commentary rotation. Jason Hodgett is now joining me.
Hello.
Good morning. Kia ora whānau.
Morena.
Morena. Yeah, very nice with the te reo. So, I see what you've done here, Jason. You've chosen the spot that has the best view, that's unobstructed.
I can't really see Hoop 1.
Because I can barely see anything from here.
I can't see much of Hoop 1, to be honest.
That's why we have the monitor here that's got the TV broadcast on for us. So, pretty good first game. I don't know how much of it you were seeing from inside, but...
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was very competitive, obviously. Helen going up 3-0. Jess bringing it back to 3-all, and then again, Helen taking it up to 5-3.
5-3, 5-all.
Bringing it back to 5-all.
6-all.
6-all. Each time getting smaller in the lead, but Helen carrying on with her lead all the way through and just keeping it and extending it. Not letting Jessica get ahead, but Jessica clearly going ahead so far in this game.
That's actually true. At no point was Jess ahead actually in that last game. So
Helen just making sure that she'd allow Jess to get back on level terms, but ensuring that she never gets behind in that game. So we may see something different with Jessica already 1-0 up at the start of this game.
Do you think that it was a mistake for the players not to have a break, considering that we were in between games, we were able to help ourselves to a quality fruit burst?
Oh, I do love a good fruit burst, but
what's your favourite flavour of fruit burst?
Oh, it's got to be strawberry. But I think the players, definitely just want to keep the ball rolling, keep the legs going.
So it's not a blunder to decline a fruit burst.
I think this early in the morning they've got enough energy that they might manage somehow.
Even with that delicious sugary goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll have to see how that affects the players. The lack of fruit burst. I'm thinking that if this goes to a third game, we might see an extended break for that fruit burst.
Oh, definitely. How about yourself? What's your favourite flavour?
Got to be the purple one. I think it's wild berry.
Oh yes,
but strawberry is a close second. Oh my goodness, it's a picky. It's a jump shot.
This is a big one.
This is trademark stuff. We were wondering when it was going to happen, and it's happening now.
Oh,
did that go through? No. Oh my goodness,
very close.
Yeah, some real good flight on that. Perfect bounce, perfect height, barely on the wire.
Yeah.
Like
just off that outside wire.
She's made quite a few of those recently at this tournament. She's, I think, definitely been the most prolific jumper.
Oh, and Helen likes a snuggle there. Just comes up and doesn't allow Jess to do too much towards that black ball.
Yeah, I think
Josh comes off to the side.
Josh Winter was saying yesterday that the snuggle shot might be the strongest shot in all of croquet. Well, he said something along those lines.
Oh, it's definitely a strong one. You know, it doesn't allow that ball to really get towards what the target would be, and guarantees you often a shot at where you want to be, and potentially a hoop often.
But the reason we don't see the snuggle played the most often is because while it may be the strongest shot in all of croquet, it's also one of the hardest, if not the hardest.
For sure. I mean, you're trying to get right on. You know, you bump the ball slightly, not in the centre, and suddenly you're just next to the ball.
Anything more?
You've done nothing and allowed it for a pretty easy, often shot.
Anything more than a yard or two.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. The percentages are quite low.
That's a bit of a problem by Jess by just leaving red from out behind blue, and she's just left blue able to have a go at the hoop.
Wait, did she just play red or yellow?
She just played yellow, clearing black, but red just got out from behind blue, out of the snuggle. Obviously it has worked out with blue not quite being able to run that hoop.
Yeah, it gets interesting when you have one or two balls snuggled up, and you're basically you're having a deeming battle with with the first pair of balls, and then the other pair you're just playing one ball GC.
Definitely, it definitely becomes a bit of a mind battle of who's going to break that sort of stalemate first, and
Yeah,
neither wanting to give away the advantage for the other player to get the ball to where they want to be going.
And the tactical situation can change quite a lot when two balls are snuggled together, especially when someone runs a hoop. So now you're trying to get to another hoop.
Yeah.
Some players may not notice that, a ball that's snuggled and not able to get down to the current hoop, it might actually be able to get to the next hoop.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
You got to be thinking about
especially if it's, the snuggle was protecting a hoop shot, it allows a bit of a flick off towards the next hoop and putting pressure on, do I actually want to run this hoop now that my opponent has a ball, right around or in front of the following hoop, and just, it makes it a bit harder to be happy with running that hoop, even though you're guaranteed a relatively easy hoop shot.
Yeah, exactly. And just before, we had some sponsor graphics come up on the broadcast. We should probably, they are sponsoring us. We should probably take a bit of time to thank them. And Whakaata Māori, obviously, they're working with the New Zealand Sport Collective to ensure
we're able to do these streams and
that's not just croquet,
bring this to you live.
Not just croquet, it's lots and lots of sports, all on the Whakaata Māori YouTube channel. So head on down and subscribe. Also streaming a bunch of documentaries and quality programming.
No, it's a great channel to be subscribed to and be able to view their programs regularly.
And Bailey's, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Apollo Projects, and Caltex are our other sponsors. And big thanks to them.
Thank you to all of them. We wouldn't be able to bring this to all the people without the sponsors, so it's very much appreciated.
And of course, we appreciate everyone who's watching.
Yes, of course.
And all our volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone involved in the actual tournament as well.
Yep.
Lots of stuff goes into that.
And obviously the players, as Helen just brings it back.
Well, they're treating us to some excellent croquet.
Oh, for sure. As Helen just gets that on that angle, nicely through the hoop. And we're off towards hoop 3.
This is where it was all decided last game. The hoop 13 and hoop 3 being the same. Hoop.
Yeah.
That's why it has a red top.
Mm.
Now,
there's a bit of a difference of where you put the red top at times. I know in association croquet it's more on that hoop 5, but I suppose in association it is that last hoop still, that hoop 12.
Yeah, exactly.
Or 6-back.
6-back. No, they call it rover.
Rover? I don't know association croquet people. I remember now it's penult and rover.
Penult and rover, yeah. So there's that a double clearance that I just saw.
I think it was, but it's left blue in a relatively easy position just to get that stop shot right back.
I think if I were to say who was more confident on these longer hoop shots, I would say probably just by a little bit. But that never means you're going to make it, and that doesn't mean you're automatically going to win the game.
No, not by any means.
It's going to be a real tactical battle here to generate the shortest hoop shot you can, especially with how firm these are. We saw a lot of jawsing last game.
Yeah.
Just somehow rolling into the jaws of hoop 6 from nowhere.
Yeah,
from
saw that one.
Nowhere.
That was
crazy.
Ridiculous.
I know I hate when that kind of thing happens to me. It looks like you've done everything right, and then
the opponent just comes out of nowhere and sneaks it out from under you, yeah.
Especially if they're like a local player who knows every single curve in the lawns, so they can somehow roll a ball into the jaws from 30 yards away.
No, the lawns like the back of their hands and just able to caress that ball right into where they want it and lands there every time.
If only we could all do that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Then it wouldn't be any fun, though.
No.
Now, is it a 7-yarder on red?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep. Oh, just accidentally clears their own ball as well, and red bounced into the hoop.
Yeah, I think both of these players have probably gone a little bit lucky, a little bit unlucky with clearing their own ball at times. It's not really something you can predict. You just want to hit it, hope you hit it on the middle or whichever angle.
So red there getting a nice little wire through blue from black.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is she playing? No, she's realised.
Just making Helen
Don't
bit
you love when...
confused and just trying to make sure that she plays and works out what she needs to do.
Do you think that this confusion is a sign of tiredness caused by not eating a fruit burst in the game break?
I don't know about that.
Because I don't know about you, but I've eaten a fruit burst and I'm raring to go, although I do need a coffee.
Yeah. I think we could all use some caffeine this morning. But, no, we will see a bit of a 7-yarder from Jessica here, just as she brings it in a bit to avoid the shed and the equipment behind her.
But it's always annoying, isn't it, when you have a ball that has a you've done what Helen does, and you're thinking, oh nice, blue has this perfect stop shot. I love it. They've made such a huge blunder, and then you realise, oh no, it's the wrong ball. I'm actually wired.
Yeah, but like for Helen, that roquet with black on yellow worked out pretty perfectly, and allowing blue just to get that stop shot on red, landing right in front of the hoop in a great position.
Yeah, and you definitely say Helen's in the driver's seat here for this hoop.
For sure. But Jess won't be afraid to take on this 7-yarder with a bit more pace than her previous one.
Pretty crucial here. Really want a solid connection.
Yep, and she does.
That is about as solid as you can get. Red has still got an outside shot at the hoop there.
Yeah, and still nice and close and able to play defensively if needed.
That is for Red to end up where it is from that distance.
Oh, and
that is not an easy shot.
That's an impressive shot by Jessica there.
There goes yellow, very nice. Now it gives the opportunity for Red to try and cut black down the lawn, hit it on the left-hand side, kind of send it down straight past that hoop instead of sending it straight at the side boundary.
Blue just positioning a bit too far.
So we want to, if we see
red.
black pinging off that right-hand side of blue, exactly how we have.
And that looks like it could be a great wire there.
That is what I would call.
And if not, it's going to be bloody close.
Yeah, see, right over to that right-hand side of blue, straight down the lawn, rather than hitting on the middle and sending it straight towards the line, where the distance is a lot smaller.
Not too worried about where red ended up, but just trying to get black down the lawn and behind that blue, which it has managed to hit, but allowing Jessica for this hoop attempt on hoop 3.
Yeah, it's a really good few shots from Jess to give herself.
She runs that.
Give herself that opportunity
pretty nicely. Comes all the way down.
Yeah, she's played that hoop
just behind hoop 4.
She played that sequence of shots exceptionally, and to cap it off, she ran a really nice controlled hoop, and it was not easy from there.
And Helen has left herself with a bit of a rush, but just pings off the side just to get her blue ball down towards the next hoop.
And we were just saying that it was that 7-yarder that Jess had was the shot to stay in the hoop.
Yeah, for sure.
And she managed to pull it back under pressure.
Yeah.
And she knows that she needs to win this game to bring it back to a deciding third. I think in the interest of croquet, that's probably what we want to see.
Oh, we do love a good 3-match battle.
3-game.
3-game even. Yep, that's the words.
And it would mean, although I believe that both of these players are actually unbeaten so far.
Yeah, so far. So it's really both fighting for that chance at the title.
But someone else is also unbeaten. I believe that is Jenny Clark.
Yes, indeed. So,
and
all 3 have to play against each other today.
Yeah. So this is where it all goes down.
And including Nicola Clement in there, who sadly dropped a match yesterday, but through a great performance from her opponent Jean.
And definitely, Nicola is very capable of beating all these players.
Yeah, for sure.
You can never count any of them out, really.
So I think it's definitely going to come down to the wire with how the results go, and there could be some really close matches
I'm really
to play
excited
today.
to see Jess against Jenny. That will be a really good match, and I'm pretty sure we are going to bring that one live to you. I think that would be the last match of the day.
Yeah,
so
it should be the top 2 seeds playing off against each other.
In theory, that should be a final to see who wins the entire tournament, but anything can happen, and it may end up that some other game might be deciding things.
Yeah.
yellow at blue, and she's hit the last few. I think we'll see it. Was that a hoop shot?
I think it was a bit of a double, but just managed to miss blue on that right-hand side and bounced back and bounced into red. But
do you think she would have been aiming at the hoop there or aiming at blue?
I think aiming at with where red was. Red was in a great position just to hit blue and leave red onside in front of the hoop was the main goal. But
yeah,
Helen's able to capitalise on that error and just bring it back to 2-all.
Yeah, nice and easy. And in fact, I think she chose to run blue through the hoop, not very far, on purpose to
just minimise
obstruct yellow's shot down to hoop 5.
Yeah, definitely just minimise that distance.
Yeah. Jess must be thinking, "Oh, Helen, you've done me dirty again."
Yeah, but at the same time, with red in such a good shot, Jessica is able to try and use yellow to send blue pretty far away, and with black now there, so she could be looking at the wire.
Oh, and she's...
and she's bounced.
What a shot that is. That is... She's
couldn't have played it much better, and I think she's got the wire from blue.
She's played it with topspin, sent that yellow almost into orbit, and brought it back down.
Brought it back down onto the hoop.
With that extreme roll, rolls it into the hoop
perfectly,
using the hoop
into hoop running position.
I don't know if Helen saw that one coming.
No, and especially with blue wired from red by the looks of it, so it's
another one of those things where
not much to shoot for.
It's another one of those things where you didn't really do anything wrong. It's just your opponent played a really good shot.
Yep, and Jessica capitalises on that. Great shot with another one to send her into the lead at 3-2.
Are you thinking we're going to see a third game here?
I think it'll be
too early to call.
I think it is too early to call, obviously, with both players staying pretty even throughout this game so far.
And the positioning has been immaculate from both players. It's really, really important that any time you have the first ball in front of a hoop, it's got to be right in front. It's got to put the pressure on, because if you don't, you just let them come back in, and the shooting distances are so long here.
Yeah.
In terms of how accurate people are, you can't let them take some time to come in closer. You can't give them extra shots.
Oh, especially as we see some of these top seeds play, it's you've got to expect for them to make those roquets. So definitely trying to get those wires where you can is especially important.
Yeah, you can't keep letting your opponents roll the dice, because eventually they'll get the magic number.
No, exactly. As Jess will probably be looking to just clear black here, I would expect.
And I'm just wondering if there are wires in play.
Yeah, I can't quite tell from this angle, but...
Oh, she's looking.
Oh, just between the black and the blue.
I'm just wondering how much of yellow black can see. It must be enough to hit it, but is it going to be angled? An angled clearance, or is it going to be on the middle?
I think it would have to be angled, because middle was aiming at the hoop, so
yeah, just got
not wanting to risk
make sure you
the
get it
peel
past.
Or anything more severe. And managed to flick her own ball off towards the next hoop, being hoop 7.
So no, she's up on that north boundary, bringing it in. That looked close.
Yeah.
Now, once again, I'm wondering, is it going to be the jaws, or is it going to be like a hoop 13 where Helen's like, nah, I'm running that hoop?
There's definitely opportunity for jaws, obviously, with red and yellow having missed and being on the south boundary. She's not at much risk, but manages to just sneak through to the other side of the hoop.
Yeah, it's always
that hoop.
It's always a bit of a dilemma, especially with these firm hoops. Do I go for the jaws? Do I run the hoop but risk bouncing off? And I think it doesn't matter which one you pick, but you need to be committed to it.
Oh, for sure.
You don't want to have that mental doubt in your mind.
You've got to be free of indecision when you actually play your shot. Otherwise, you could absolutely miss or shank it into a hoop, I would say.
Yeah, you could try and Like maybe you'd play it with the strength of a hoop shot, but then right as you're swinging down, you're like, oh, maybe I should just swing slightly less, and then you slow it down, and that just like messes it all up.
Yeah.
So you've got to
be decisive.
Once you make a decision, stick to it, and if you change that decision, stop, reset, restart,
go back, take a few steps,
same process again,
and just go through the motions once again.
And it's why you'll see that if any of these players are restalking, that's a really, really good sign. And you might think, as a newer player, oh, what are they doing, taking their stance up again? But it's actually a sign of mental strength.
Yeah, for sure. It's being able to know that, right, I just need to reset. I'm not quite comfortable with this shot. I just want to reset and get ready to take it again,
rather than pushing through with something that's not quite right.
Yeah. And in your head, you know it's not quite right, and then it's another thing, and it's a real mental game, croquet, and you just don't want that in your head while you're playing. As Jess will go for the clearance here. Quite a big clearance.
Poro whero e poro pango, and red has flicked down towards hoop 8. Would you
just
say
behind
that was
hoop 8?
Did you say that was intentional?
I would say potentially that's why she was aiming for that side of black, but I think her main objective was get black some distance away, allowing for yellow to hopefully have a hoop shot, but we'll see if Helen can have anything to say about that.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where
just misses and hits into her own
you're
ball.
not consciously going for it, but you know it's there, and you know if everything goes right, it could go in that direction.
You know, it's sort of best case scenario. If I don't hit the centre, I would go that way, and that's where I want to end up.
And you know, I think over the course of this match, the hoop running has really improved.
Oh, for sure.
You see,
Jessica's just run that really well.
Both
her balls behind hoop 8.
Both Jess and Helen have been taking on these hoops instead of just playing for the jaws.
Yeah. No, and that's what you love to see.
And more importantly, both of them have been running those hoops.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's not just they're going for it; it's the fact that they've run them, often with conviction
and control.
Yeah.
So poro kowhai at poro kikorangi. Is that that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think so. Yellow will be wanting to avoid blue having a shot at the hoop, but
that's what she's done.
Having just glancing off blue, there's definitely a chance for a return roquet of blue on red.
And Jess has been the one who's been ahead all match. Do you think that's gonna change kind of the complexion of all the shots you play, knowing that instead of playing to stay in it, you're playing to get ahead?
As we saw in the last game, it's definitely becomes a thing where, you know, being ahead and knowing that you are ahead really helps you with that, gives you that boost in mentality and allows you to be able to take on some more riskier shots without too much of a severe problem.
Yeah,
if it doesn't pull off.
Because if you have like a pressure roquet, you're not thinking, oh, I need to hit this, otherwise they're going to get even further ahead.
Yeah.
And then, oh no, and now I've got to hit another hoop shot just to get it back. You're thinking, if I get this, I'm 2 ahead. Let's go.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, once you're 2 ahead, it's really a good place to be in as your opponent. And it's not just chasing the equaliser; it's just chasing to be in contention.
Even though I actually think that a 2-hoop lead isn't actually that hard to come back down from. We see it all the time where you run an odd-numbered hoop and you have the advantage in an even-numbered one, so you get the 2 points. But even though I think people know that, it's still emotionally it feels a lot more secure.
For sure. I mean, obviously a 1-hoop lead is easy to lose and potentially go down if someone does get a nice odd to even run, but just allowing yourself that confidence of, even if they do get an odd to even, it only brings them back level with me rather than getting ahead.
And it's another thing about some high-level tactics for players who are maybe a bit newer, thinking about how the state of the game should change your risk tolerance.
Yeah, oh no, for sure. I mean,
and how aggressive, how much
you've
risk
gotta
do you
be
want to
able
be
adapt.
taking?
Yeah.
When you're in a certain state, you know, if you're down, obviously you want to be taking a bit more risk. You know, you need some hoop chances. But
yeah,
if you're up,
there's
you know,
definitely times where the risk is needed, and the reward is even greater with the higher risk. And that's what we often see with your pecky jump shots, where you know, especially ones from longer distance, where the risk is quite high. You know, you're potentially leaving the opponent in a pretty good position, but the reward is often quite high and able to leave them in a suboptimal position towards the next hoop, and you get that hoop up from potentially being in a worse position.
Yeah, you see a lot of players going for big jump shots that they normally wouldn't, especially on hoop 13, because there's no hoop after it.
No, exactly.
It doesn't matter if you put your opponent through. You need to.
Yeah, you've got to be able to have a chance.
Got to have a go.
Often, if you don't have a go, you won't get a go.
And that's where you start seeing. That's where you start seeing things like golf swings and all sorts of crazy stuff just to give yourself the tiniest chance.
Yeah, for sure.
But because a golf swing, it gives every player all the power they need, but it is wildly inaccurate.
Oh,
You're only going to
sure.
see something like that as an absolute last resort.
Yeah, and usually it's not a guaranteed by any means, and the players just having a bit of fun, giving it a go, giving themselves a chance, a very low chance, but a chance all the same.
If you're doing something like that, there is literally nothing else you can do. So.
Yeah.
But you never go down without fighting to the last breath. That's a clearance with authority. Look at that. Doesn't matter that Blake's right in front of the hoop. Blake's definitely running that if she misses. And I think part of that is, as we said, just being ahead, giving you kind of that there's less stress on you, you know, less tension. And it's going to be another clearance, yellow at blue, but I think Jess is going to be feeling pretty in the zone.
Yeah, no, definitely.
With the roquet she's been hitting.
But she's just got to figure out how she gets back in. Oh, and gets a great double clearance, and that is exactly how she will get back into this game.
It's unfortunate that blue was hit into black, as you can see.
Yeah.
And it kind of blew onto black. It was like a mini stop shot of its own.
How much blue can see over the hoop, and it doesn't look like it can see much, as blue will just come back in front.
She's not even looking at it, so it must have been too angled.
Jessica will be able to put a ball in and give herself something in this hoop.
I think she's thinking about the clearance here.
Yeah, she might have been, because there's definitely, obviously, yellow's only hitting. Oh, and that might be a wire.
Is yellow hitting blue at all? Oh, I don't think
Yeah.
so. If we look at the broadcast, yellow can definitely see blue.
It might be close. Yeah.
But what were you saying about yellow being only able to hit blue to a short boundary?
Obviously, yellow can only hit blue off to that side there by that shed, but obviously that only gives Helen a 7-yarder, which she's been known to hit previously, whereas red was able to hit blue all the way down to the far end of the lawn, giving that long boundary as such.
And I think if that was a couple yards shorter, Jason, we would have seen Jess taking on that clearance.
Yeah, I think so. If she was happy with the ability for the stop shot, she would have definitely gone for that. But with the distance, she wasn't confident that her ball would have stopped. But she might have just been able to get that wire there.
I think she was going for it, saying, I want to cut blue to that spot on the line where it can't see red.
I think she hasn't quite got it, but it's close.
Oh, black's in the conversation here, and it's always something that can play on your mind, even if you're fully open.
Oh yeah, having it right there that you know, you could hit the right side of red, but if black's in the way for that bit, then it's...
Do you think maybe that...
But I think that's why Helen aimed slightly to the left.
And she missed
the ball to the left just to make sure that she wasn't going to hit that black ball.
So in a way, playing for that wire, even though she didn't get it, it still helped because it put that doubt
in the mind and the thought of what the consequences would be if she did manage to hit that black ball.
I'm going to aim a little bit further over to the left.
Yeah.
Even though I don't really need to, because what if I miss on the right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you miss on the left?
Now Jess might be going for a promotion here.
What, hit red through?
Hit red and flick over towards the next hoop.
I like it a lot.
Oh, it doesn't quite, but still manages to run that hoop.
But you have to hit it perfectly.
And blue will be going to the penalty spot after being offside.
What would have been the ideal outcome for that
Ideal
shot?
would be yellow obviously hits sort of square, maybe the left-hand side of red, and flicks off that, pushes red through the hoop, and sends yellow over towards the next hoop, being hoop 9, which it would allow it to be onside, given that red had run the hoop
in the same stroke.
Yeah, exactly. And then it gives you that advantage at the next odd hoop, which is often difficult to get an advantage at before the hoop is run.
Exactly. Oh, and she's nudged blue, sat
just onto the far side.
I'm wondering if blue is runnable, and on the broadcast,
I think it would struggle.
It doesn't look like that would be Edmund Smack territory.
But with black there, blue will definitely be looking at that roquet on red.
Oh yeah,
with ease.
Jess knows this. She'll be aiming for the black probably. Aiming for the blue. I like it. Yeah. I mean, if she was happy with where red was sitting, attacking blue would have given her red a hoop shot potentially. Although I think I would rather just go for black in that situation, simply because even if you hit blue, it's still a 7-yarder, and that's still very gettable.
Oh,
so
for
then
sure.
Blue hits the 7-yarder, and
then you're in the same position as you currently are anyway. Yeah.
Red still has to hit black anyway.
Ooh.
So if you just go for black instead.
Yeah. I mean, I think I would, and it was the maybe more clear shot with where the other balls were. Black just being out on its own rather than shooting closer to red and blue, but not too much of a risk as Helen looks to make it 5-4.
Yeah, I love the confidence with the hoop running from both of them.
Runs it very nicely and going off towards just over halfway.
They're really happy to play it with a little bit more power.
Yeah, I think both of these players have confidence in their running abilities and are wanting to get that advantage from the odd to the even hoop.
And that takes us to 5-4. Jess is still ahead, but Helen's
always there,
hot on her heels.
Yeah. And obviously Jess was able to get that 2-hoop lead, but Helen's looking to get the 2 next and bring it back to level.
Yeah, you'd think if Jess manages to run this one, she's definitely in a really, really good spot here. Obviously, being on 6, no matter what happens, you should have first shot to 13 if all else fails.
Yeah.
But going down the middle, it's only about a 10-yard roquet.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Jess looks like she's going to try and go for confidence here and go for the hoop shot.
Oh, I love to see it.
Or just gets a not the worst reject.
Yeah, I think Helen's going to be able to generate a lot of distance on this though.
Yeah.
She just has to be careful, and she's looking at the angle here just to make sure she doesn't send yellow into black, because that would not be ideal to say the least.
Although with red right there and blue not able to clear, red is able to just send that black over to the boundary, going for a stop shot.
Yeah, so she'll middle this.
Oh, no.
Not quite. She was definitely aiming to middle.
Yeah, definitely. Just comes off that right-hand side.
Maybe our commentator cursed.
Yeah, potentially.
We try to avoid that. Were there any instances yesterday of commentators' curses?
I can't think of too much. I tried to avoid any predictions like that, but no, it's definitely...
Oh, that's
Jess goes for a very ambitious hoop shot with yellow.
No, it's probably the right idea considering where red is, but there is always the option of clearing black as well.
Yeah.
Or simply just letting black have a go from there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just puts that pressure on, and if she'd have got it, 6-4 is a great score to be at going into the final 3 hoops of the game.
Well, yeah, but considering you only need to run one of them to win the game.
Yeah. Knowing that, if anything, you're getting to hoop 13 and you potentially have the advantage towards it.
Yeah, of course.
And just making sure you don't somehow lose advantage. As Jess goes for a potential hoop shot again.
That was the hoop again.
Just knowing that Helen has 2 balls in front with her yellow ball behind the hoop.
I think though with where black is, how it's not runnable, I think there's a case to be made for just kind of coming in, maybe come to the right-hand side of the hoop, so you're kind of in that area, ready to capitalise if your opponent makes a mistake.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
and then just say, well,
obviously we've seen how these hoops can reject balls even when they're in a relatively easy hoop shot, but
and this clearance with yellow isn't actually that far.
No,
so
no,
I think if she'd chosen instead to kind of play in with. And let's say if red was in a position here, now blue would be having to have that pressure roke.
Whereas I think now, I'm not sure if red can see black from behind the hoop, so
I think if both blue and black were in prime hoop running position there, going for the hoop with red would have been the right idea.
Yeah, but with black off to the side, it's definitely worth just putting a ball in, putting that pressure on, making your opponent toss up their options rather than being able to get this wire.
Do you think that's something that Brian might say to her in the post-match debrief?
Oh, maybe. I'm not in the mind of Brian myself, but hindsight is an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's always easy to
say what could have been done after the fact.
When you're watching and you're not in that situation with all the stress on you.
But in the situation, it feels obviously so much more intense.
Now, I think I would love to see a Jaws. Oh, we have been delivered some delicious cheese rolls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I smelled them as they came out, and I was hoping we'd be able to go get some, but they've brought them to us.
Yep, as Helen just runs that, I was debating the Jaws with yellow and red in an onside position, quite close to that hoop, and yellow able to almost get the wire from blue.
So does that take us to 5-all?
It does. As we come into these last 3 hoops, it's really still all to play for.
Yeah, and I think this needs to go for the wire here. That's what she's doing. Now it remains to be seen what black's going to do. Oh, decisions. She's shaking her head. Oh, she's not happy with something. Is it the position of the balls, or could it be something else?
Might be a hoop shot or a yellow. But it's a red.
Oh, well, red was obviously smack bang in the middle of that
on that wire.
rope.
So now Jess will try to capitalise on her wiring shot and aim to go 6-5 up. Ooh.
Well, that's the first miss we've had in a while, actually. First missed hoop. And do you think that the fact that she's no longer ahead, could that have played into her mind a bit?
Definitely could have, but I mean, she's still got to be confident with making those and knowing that if she does get it, it takes her back into the lead, gets her that 6th important hoop. But with black, snuggling onto blue. It's an interesting position, but I think Jessica's going to shoot and try to get both balls.
Yeah, if she hits this hard,
some distance away.
Both black and blue should go flying.
Oh, just.
Oh, not quite. Yeah, and it looked straight, but it went just to the right, so maybe it came off the mallet slightly on the side, not in like the sweet spot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, or whether Helen will be able to make this hoop shot cleanly.
Or snuggle up to red if she can't.
Yeah, but I think with black there, it sort of looks like she can get clean towards red. Maybe not quite hitting ability with red.
I think you would go. Oh no, she was able to get enough on it to clear it. I was going to say if you can't get, if you're not confident enough, swinging that mallet hard past without impacting your opponent's ball.
Yeah,
definitely the snuggle would have been the right idea.
Yeah.
But Helen was able to get the distance.
But Jessica makes the return okay.
Makes it look easy.
Happily.
Looked like she was barely trying. And with how she's been playing, you've got to fancy the roquet of red at black. That's not far enough to be.
No.
If you're Helen, that's not far enough to be confident that she's going to miss that. So now you think, do I need to be clearing with blue here? No, just play it in even tighter and wire it. What do we know? Yeah. What a fantastic shot.
Great shot. Red having to take on black here, and gets it right in the middle, sending black off to the corner.
Well, I think you can't leave yellow where it is. I think the picky is too good from there.
Oh yeah.
But that's what Helen's chosen to do. And is it going to roll? Oh, if it rolled into the jaws, that would have been crazy.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get joined by Openshaw player Levi Franks. He's back down to commentate. You've caught us at a good time. It's 5-all. Game 2. First game was hoop for hoop. It could have been anyone's.
Very exciting. Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
And
looks like a jump shot here. Another picky.
We were saying that we think the jump shot's too good from there, and that leaving yellow there wasn't the right call, but Helen must know something we don't, because she didn't make that one.
Looked like it was a pretty small gap between the yellow and the blue ball there, so you needed a lot of height to get over it, but also too much height, and you do that and
got to be
sort
able
of hit
to come
the
back
crown.
down
and like be able to adjust.
Yeah.
Now all three balls are very close together now.
Yeah, and it looked like it was the right height, but maybe slightly on that right-hand wire.
Yeah.
As Jess will just see what she can see with yellow, black, and blue.
No, I think
close together.
I was going to say I think I'd like to see another picky here.
Go for another very big, very ambitious jump shot.
Yeah, this looks like
You'd be licking
about
your lips
7 yards.
You'd be licking your lips here, Levi.
Maybe a little bit closer than that, but. Is this one that you guys would play with a bounce or straight on the full?
For a bounce,
absolutely. And Jess definitely will. She's not able to generate as much power as other people, so it gets a lot more height in the middle of the hoop. Both wires impacted there. That is as good as you can get without it going through. That sucks. I wanted to see that go through just for the sake of entertainment.
Yeah.
Now Helen will just figure out what she can even do here, because the hoop is sort of in her way and blue is in her way towards hitting yellow.
Surely just get right down over it, kind of tap it forward so yellow can't do any double clearance shenanigans. I reckon you've got to be able to get over that, right? Oh, she's playing
She's
sideways.
just going to push it over a little bit so then black can't be hit
Now,
onto yellow, but I think it's rolled a bit backwards
are we going to see
where it was
some-
originally, so I think she will be going for a bit of a cannon here.
And are we going to see...
Just working those angles.
I was going to be like, are we going to see Kaiwawa intervention? But no, we're not. Helen is obviously...
Gets that beautifully with an amazing shot, leaving yellow right in front of the hoop.
That's why I reckon...
And both black and blue.
But that's why I think Helen should have kind of got down over it, played it straight onto the yellow. Even if there was a chance it could have gone wrong, like, the double clearance would have happened either way.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a wary one.
That mid-pace is just
Helen
absolutely
just comes back
superb.
And clears Jessica in return, not letting her leave her ball.
Just casually dropping some incredible shots.
Dead in front.
But that mid-pace is like a lot
So
softer
accurate.
than my mid-pace.
Yeah.
You know, your mid pace is probably their like
regular
80% power roker, you know. Which has upsides and downsides, of course.
It's Helen just making sure that she's not at a disadvantage. Getting those roquets nice and central.
It's a quality match. We're saying
Pushing
the
Jess
standard here is really
into
really
a
high.
deep position and allowing Helen to just come in quite tight.
Yeah, block it. Give her another jump. She hasn't made the last few. Although I wouldn't want to keep giving her jumps because
you'll get one day. But
she's definitely been the one going for the most jumps of anyone here. But no need to give herself the jump there. She just clears it comfortably.
Yep, opening up the shot for yellow. So Helen will want to put in another block here.
I was going to say, are we going to see the block, or is Helen going to change her mind and play for the clearance? But just the one thing about that is that red can now clear black down the lawn.
It does mean that.
with black staying on the lawn, it just allows Jessica to eye up that shot.
Are we going to see?
That's something you have to think about at a higher level. Is sometimes you want your ball to go off the lawn, especially if there's another opponent's ball close by.
And obviously, it makes the shot a bit longer, but
you would have had
it's
a lot
shorter than what you will end up with here.
Because you're getting cleared to a longer boundary.
Red might have followed on to a nice position there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just off to the side.
Look on
Not
the replay.
quite
It looks
on the
like
wire.
it looks like it's sat. Yeah, there we go. It's right next to the hoop, but not in front. But it's controlling that area, and that's another really important thing. And this is the opportunity for the controlled hoop run. Levi, where are you wanting to place this?
I want to run this to at least past the central peg, somewhere between the central peg and hoop 12.
Oh, it's coming! It's coming!
Just
it's gone a little too far, but I wouldn't be unhappy with that. It sort
you
of
still got
lets
good
you have a lot
vision.
of control.
Good vision of in front of the hoop as well, so able to get those roquets.
It's not easy for Helen to get wide from that yellow.
It's a bit of a lottery with running the hoops like that. Just as to those like finer details, like whether it's going to go slightly past the hoop or slightly in front of the hoop, how much wire you're going to catch.
Yellow will be able to see all of that blue ball.
Yep.
And there's no need for Jess to be thinking about the triangle of danger like she did last game.
No.
Considering
Being
she's
in the lead,
she's the one who's up.
But she will be considering not allowing Helen to use that triangle all the same.
Yeah, we're going to see another little stop shot. Red clears black, yellow runs the hoop. That's what Jess will be thinking at the moment. Oh, but yellow's gone a little bit wayward. Do you think there was a consideration with red or black in the frame there, or not really?
I thought looking at it that the double clearance might have been lined up quite well with blue onto black. But no, she did what she needed to do, get rid of the blue, and she stayed reasonably close. So I think she can just sort of keep clearing these balls in the middle, and yeah.
But now yellow's hoop shot is going to be that much longer. And has red gone into a cross-wired position?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep.
Just allowing yellow potentially a bit of a free shot.
Yeah, I think that
knowing that whatever blue plays in, red is able to clear.
It definitely plays into Jessica's favour.
Now, is it blocked? No. So free hoop shot, right?
Yeah. I mean, Jessica will take it on, even though it's a bit further, but
you don't lose much if you miss this.
Oh. Just hits off the outside wire into blue.
And I think it's quite lucky that blue has remained
stayed on that same line.
It bounced off the hoop and hit it straight in the one line to keep it on in that wide spot.
Now Helen will just be going for that wire on yellow, with yellow now behind that hoop.
Yeah, saying to Jess, you may be able to clear, but you can only clear one ball.
Yeah, you can only clear one of the two, unless you pull off a miraculous shot. But I think Jess will just be taking out the black ball.
I'm assuming they were both not wide there, but you can't really clear. Oh no, I'm assuming wide. You'd want to clear blue. Since black has the longer
give
shot.
black that longer shot.
Like, it's not a shot you'd normally want to give them. Since you're going to have to give someone a shot, it may as well be that one. Another possibility for a double clearance?
Yeah, potentially. She'll definitely have it in mind, but and I think she did go for it, hitting that right side of that blue ball, but it's
maybe
not
a bit of
ended
an
out
unintentional
the worst thing in the world with
hoop 13 there.
Yellow now sitting on the boundary directly behind hoop 13.
Helen's got to think.
As Helen thinks about whether she plays for the jaws instead of just trying to run the hoop.
I think I'd be tempted to play for the jaws here.
Yeah,
I like that option.
Boundary directly behind hoop 13.
Helen's got to think.
As Helen thinks about whether she plays for the jaws instead of just trying to run the hoop.
I think I'd be tempted to play for the jaws here.
Yeah,
I like that option.
You don't want to give away. But
No,
she just chooses to run the hoop.
Makes sure of it.
Yep, and brings it back to 6. You don't want to give away. But she just chooses to run the hoop.
Makes sure of it.
Yep, and brings it back to 6. First shot to 13, and her yellow ball already at 13.
I'm wondering if that was the wrong shot there.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have been playing for the jaws, not wanting to give away 2 balls at the 13th hoop before I've even made it up there.
Like, I'm sure Helen's reasoning for it would have been, I just want to run the hoop, get it to 6 all and then I'll deal with it later. But
now Jessica will just be able to approach very close into this hoop.
But like, with how much you're giving away, the percentage chance that you lose that hoop, given you're not going to be able to rely on your opponent making a mistake.
Yeah,
I think I would rather choose to decline it and say, well, I'm really likely to lose if I run that now. So if I lose by my opponent
Jessica just
running 12,
plays for the snuggle and gets it pretty perfectly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I found that people, spend a bit of time messing around at hoop 12
and say, well, I'm really likely to lose if I run that now. So if I lose by my opponent
Jessica just
running 12,
plays for the snuggle and gets it pretty perfectly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I found that people, spend a bit of time messing around at hoop 12 trying to gain a better advantage, and it only sort of backfires on them.
But, it doesn't matter whether you lose 7-5 or 7-6, it's still a loss.
Yeah. And, getting something at 13 is sometimes worth losing 7-5, just knowing that you've played the tactics as best as you could.
So I think we're going to see a bit of a hit and hope shot, because Helen has nothing here.
We'll see what Helen can manage from this position.
It looks like she's trying to hit black into red extremely hard.
And potentially try and hit yellow.
Or hamper it, snuggle onto it.
but I don't think
Camera
it has
come
done
back?
her
No.
any favours, as Yellow still has.
Yeah, and you
pretty happy hoop shot from
and
there.
You've got to think that this was going to be pretty likely to happen.
And just runs out very nice.
7-6, 6-7.
Yep. No, we're teed up for a great third game in this first match of the day.
And the hoop
between these
running,
two.
has improved heaps.
Oh,
the
for
rocays have
sure.
been great.
Yeah.
Positioning has been immaculate. It's going to be pretty good. And
yep. I believe we'll be going.
We got to see if there's going to be a fruit burst break.
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't mind a fruit burst myself.
Well, there were some fruit bursts inside the club rooms, and we were saying that is it a tactical blunder for the players to have gotten straight back into it and not come back and grabbed a fruit burst like we did?
If there's fruit bursts, then I'm gonna be all over that. But
yeah,
sometimes you've come off a good game, you want to get straight back into it.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay, guys, price to sell. You've got pasta as well. Go and sell it. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. We're going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, flybys or airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
And welcome back, as Helen has kicked us off with this third game in this match. Both going for an unbeaten run so far, with Jessica having won the second game 7-6, and we'll just wait for the scoreboard to be updated with that, please. As Jessica looks like she will be shooting towards the blue ball, and hoping the players both had a good break.
Yeah, I had a wee break from commentating the last game, and
Welcome back, Mikey.
I missed a good match.
Yeah, it was a very good game between these two players.
7-6, 6-7 is exactly where we want to see, you know, highly competitive.
So I hope that this game follows suit.
Even though it's going to a third, they've been pretty quick matches though, because it's only about 20 to 11 in the morning. So
Yeah, I mean, a couple of hours. So about average of about an hour a game, so pretty standard for your standard golf croquet games.
Yeah.
Even though they've gone to such high scores, these players not wasting any time and ensuring that players kept rolling and kept very entertaining for all you watching.
Helen had a hoop shot there, hit relatively central in the middle of the hoop, but unfortunately it bounced out. Now she takes good position again with her other ball. Jess will be lining up the clearance of red onto black, so I think Helen may have been trying to put a good block in there.
Yeah, so ready to play, aiming for a clearance on black. Ooh, looks like she just tried to...
I think Helen might have got the block.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looks like she couldn't quite see everything, but Helen will try to establish the lead. And so far this match we've seen the player who has the lead not drop the lead at all throughout the game, apart from when it becomes level. So in the first game, Helen was the only one who ever took a lead, and in the second game, Jessica did the same. So
if that
be interesting if
trend
this trend carries on, or whether Jessica will be able to bring it back.
Yeah, black didn't seem to quite get that far down, around about halfway down, so Jess definitely gets control of hoop 2. So a little bit different. Mostly they've been running the odd to evens quite well. But
yeah, for sure. I mean, Helen's definitely still ran it to quite well and to about halfway.
Yeah.
And we've seen neither of them are shy to go for those longer roquets.
So we'll be black to play. I believe she's aiming clearance on yellow.
Jessica will be aiming to level it back up.
That easy 1 yard hoop shot.
Yeah. Does so nicely.
Very well on.
That's 1-all. As we're back level, going over towards hoop 3. In this third game, in this tight match.
Not a bad position, still in front. Easy vulnerable hoop.
How about yourself, Levi? Would you prefer to run hoop 1 past onto the north boundary, or stay sort of around halfway and still be able to see the ball and not be able to be wired?
I'm not sure actually. I mean, if I'm playing confidently and well, I'm perfectly happy running hoop 1 off the boundary and then, give myself a 10-yarder back.
That confidence and not too worried about them going for a wire from quite a long position.
No, I mean...
Just missed a very good clearance there from Jess.
Yeah.
I think she might have got the wrong ball.
She was going for the wrong ball, but still good clearance, so we'll be blue to play.
Oh, Helen just
I think she lifted
off
her head
that
a little
wire,
bit.
yeah.
So
intentionally allowing Jessica to take the lead.
And break that pattern that we've been seeing.
No.
Ooh,
No.
Both of them.
Bit of frustration there from
Yeah.
Helen, but
Now they'll both just aim to approach back in with Helen to make the first roquet of this bout.
probably not what she wanted. So a little bit of a cut
No,
there.
pushing red down the lawn a bit, but potentially into a wide position. Can't quite tell, but it does look from the broadcast that red is open onto the black ball and able to just push it towards that boundary.
I think it was the right choice to try and cut it somewhat to
yeah.
maximise the distance, but I think, just overcut it a bit and allowed Jess to not have a very difficult return.
Yeah.
So black will sit on that north boundary. Were you opting for a clearance here, Levi, on yellow?
I think that this should be a hoop shot.
Yeah.
Helen's shot is more
Helen
straight
will be
on.
aiming for yellow here. Just giving it a nudge. Oh, and tried for a
nearly got that little
bounce into the
It's not something
hoop,
I thought of, but
not quite pulled off. But a great attempt all the same.
So
that indicates that black is open on the yellow ball.
So just opting to play in with blue.
Jessica following suit, just nudging into blue, potentially putting blue into a better position.
She'll be aiming to clear this to the north boundary.
Potentially a bit of a cut to send yellow further away. Yep. Gets it quite nicely. Pushing yellow off towards halfway back to where the previous hoop was. You good there? You good there?
Yeah, good return clearance by Jess. Sort of a battle of 7-yard roquets here. Because they're only really clearing each other to the short boundary.
As Helen just weighs up her options.
Clearance needed on red is my thought.
Yeah, I think red is able to run the hoop, so...
But it looks like,
maybe red is in a worse position than we can tell.
If you think back to the last couple of hoop shots on this hoop, they've been more straight on.
Yeah, it definitely looks quite a bit, quite angled. Definitely not able to get down towards the next hoop too well, but just goes for a little jaws, relying on herself to be able to make a roquet
on blue
on defence. Helen might have just got that wire very perfectly.
Going for the block there, looks
but
pretty
yellow
close.
May be open. Not quite. Just tries for a wire in return, but
you can see what she's
we
trying
may
to do
see
there, just a little bit unlucky.
A little pecky here. Blue trying to jump over red. Yep.
Oh, bad luck.
Again, just off that right-hand wire.
Yeah.
So
allowing Jess to get control. And runs that with good pace. Just running behind the next hoop.
Slightly overhit it. Perhaps she thought she might have got a bit more wire on that.
And that is the pattern broken, with both players having taken a lead in this game so far.
It is.
So it is anyone's game, which we still love to see around here.
So blue to play.
Jess just going for this roquet towards black. Giving herself that control of the hoop. Having run the previous hoop down to that position. Helen putting a great ball in front of the yellow.
She's not worried about
no
yellow shot there. It's a wee bit back from the hoop, so good decision there to just put a nice tight ball in.
Yeah, for sure. Just backing as Jessica weighs up, thinking about a potential jump. And she may be going for, well, she might play it flat and just push black away, but no, we will be seeing a pecky here.
We're getting treated by all these peckies.
As Jess goes for a big shot. Ooh.
Certainly got enough height.
Great
on
height
it.
indeed, but just off to the side a little bit.
And there's not much risk in going for that with black sitting about a foot out from the hoop. There's not really any chance of rush peeling it.
To rush peel would definitely be an unfortunate incident from there.
Yeah. And with where the red ball is, Jess will still have another shot attempt to try and move black or potentially run the hoop.
As Helen just plays for that wire, trying to block red from being able to mess with black. But Jess will give it a go all the same. And gets it very nicely.
Jess's balls are both on the south boundary, which may give Helen a nice wide area to put her black. Be a shot at the blue ball. Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, so obviously Helen has represented the country and so has Jessica a number of times, so obviously these two have travelled together to these events multiple times.
Yep. I believe they're both at the last Women's World Champs in England.
I believe Helen represented the country in the Trans-Tasman a few years ago now, but has a little tattoo of a reminder that she got at the time. So both these players of international quality, just like yourself, Levi.
And yourself, Jackson.
Well, I'd try.
Played internationally?
Yeah, no, we have quite a few players here of international standard, so it's great to see these players still coming to these competitions and proving what is such a high prestige that they are. As Helen will just try to capitalise on that miss and just bounces off that inner wire.
Now, where that black was sitting, she could have just left it where it was, and it would have blocked yellow shot at blue.
The yellow ball comes towards us at the commentary booth, and Levi goes and fetches that for the players. And Helen will try to bring it all even now. And does so.
Yep. Nice.
Great shot.
Soft hoop run.
Yep.
Don't need to hit that one too hard, and that leaves her a shorter shot to the next hoop, hoop 5.
Yep.
Jess's approach to hoop 5 was from long way away on the north boundary, so she comes off a bit short there.
Jess is just positioned wide, with both balls not having positioned very great.
Maybe her previous positional shot coming up short might have been playing on her mind there.
Yeah, but still able to make the roquets and try and take control of this hoop. Makes a good mid-pace clearance there. And Helen will just keep coming back in, putting pressure on Jess to make those roquets.
Yellow did finish quite close to red there. I wonder if that might be.
Yeah, might affect
on her next shot.
The next shot towards black. And she just crouches down to get a better view. But
she might have to resort
like she
to
may
a rush.
Try a little rush promotion and put her yellow ball right in contention.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
With a great shot there.
Puts a lot more pressure on Helen to run this hoop.
Yeah, no, for sure. Knowing that yellow is right there to attempt a hoop run. That was a
nice hoop.
Great hoop by Jess with a great prize shot with the promotion, putting
any
that
chances with the controlled hoop run and just smashes it through.
Putting that pressure on Helen was really a great shot, and just really made Helen worried, I would say, with her black shot. And it has definitely pulled off for Jess there, as both the blue and red are very close together now, down at that hoop 6.
Red looks like it's almost in the jaws.
Yeah, I think from a broadcast here we can see that it's just a little bit out from the hoop, right next to blue. This yellow will
want to move this blue without disturbing the red ball.
Or potentially even, but no.
Got a bit
Red was able to stop blue's progress, which didn't help Jessica in any way, but Helen will hope to even it up once again. Does so very nicely, but having left red on side as it came off the blue ball. Jess gets a nice shot down towards 7. But with Helen quite close by. The pressure is on for a hoop, for a roquet.
Something I like to do if I was in Helen's position there is shoot with my first ball at the ball that my opponent's placed in front of hoop 7.
With where yellow was, would you reconsider that, or with yellow having such a long shot to get any kind of block? Or
that's true. That is something I would consider.
Yep.
But I do like
that double clearance
on hoop 7.
Yeah. Just knowing that you've got that long boundary return roquet afterwards.
Both players keeping up with these roquets in the middle quite well. So, I haven't seen them miss many shots so far. It's mostly been the hoop shots that have, some of them have been a bit of a struggle.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely a great match to watch.
Which is why it's so important to have good positioning.
Yeah. Make those hoop shots as easy as possible.
I just popped away from a little bit. You guys want to give me a little update on how we're going?
Yep, so Jessica went up 3-2 and Helen brought it back to 3-all. And obviously we now have another battle at this hoop.
So much sort of back and forth game.
Yeah, for sure. Both players taking a lead at one point in the game and the other returning. As we look at a pecky here by Helen, but just stays on the ground and bumps into...
Didn't quite get enough height on it there.
Yeah.
I think that was wise from Jess to play that with a bit of a cut half ball, because you don't want to give Helen a shot at the hoop there, because her black did travel to an onside position close in front of hoop 8.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you leave black there, and it would definitely allow for a potential to take full advantage in a very tight position in front of that hoop 8 and not allowing any kind of return from that.
Just playing into tight position there and banking on her hitting their 6-yard roquet onto blue.
A little bit hampered,
I believe.
Are they both line balls or?
Yes, I think the yellow was an outside agency. So
yeah, so if black bumps into it, it becomes an outside agency as well.
Yep. If Jess's ball happened to be in-lawn slightly, it would have been a very different story.
Could have been a great shot if that was the case, but Jessica is able to make
Good
that roquet.
Sends a yellow.
Yellow down towards hoop 8, just off the side at hoop 8. Helen with a bit of a long roquet return.
Very nice.
Very nice. Pushes Jessica towards that north boundary and tries to remove the advantage that Jess got with her ball down at hoop 8.
Helen's ball's in controlling positions here. There's not really...
I think Jessica's option may be to go for a hoop shot, as placing a ball anywhere will end up in a roquet away. So I
Looks
believe
like she agrees with that.
Yeah.
Oh, not far off.
No, just off that inside wire once again.
So both players currently on 6 match wins. So important that one of them keeps a pedal on Jenny, who has 7. So all to play for.
Yeah, for sure, and we'll definitely see that with all the top seeds playing each other today. And we'll also see a tight battle between the bottom seeds over today as well. There should be good matches all around here at St Martins Croquet Club.
Looks like she didn't have much of the black there to aim for.
Helen played that wire in a great position, leaving black with quite a close hoop shot here.
So opportunity to take the lead for Helen, aiming to run this odd hoop down to an even. Oh, it's a little bit stuck in there, but they all count.
Yeah. a hoop's a hoop, but you really want to be running that a bit further down.
Yeah, she wants to put the pressure on and get ahead. So Jess gets first shot down, aiming to get right in front. It's going to keep rolling. It's going to roll. Looks like it's going to pull up. Yep. She's going to sit right in front of that hoop.
Good hoop shot. And if I was Helen, I'd be tempted to shoot at that with
sort of need
ball
to
now, because black ball's going to be very much hampered.
Yeah, you sort of need to shoot it. It's just be quite difficult to get black down there. She might even have a double. So looks like she likes it. Oh, mix it.
Yeah, it just pushes yellow away.
Tickled that yellow ball.
But I do think yellow is still runnable. So, opportunity for Jess to level it up. Oh, not what you wanted.
No, hit pretty central, but just bounced back in front of the hoop, hoping that blue won't be able to clear red, and she'll get another opportunity to bring it back to level.
And she does.
And Helen does make that roquet.
I think the promo might be on here. Just could improve her yellow position.
She went for it, but didn't quite get good enough contact, allowing Helen to definitely just bring a ball back in, potentially. Or whether she thinks yellow will still be able to make that hoop. As she makes her decision.
Angled hoop there, so she just goes for the jaws, and it looks like she's done a pretty good shot there.
Would you potentially think of going for a clearance on blue, cutting yourself to the next hoop?
Definitely a risk, but I think Jess is just going to
play in.
Yeah. I think we may see another pecky here. As Helen will try to get over yellow.
Looks like she's going for a clearance.
No, just a clearance on red. As she doesn't believe Jess can get through with one shot, allowing her blue ball to be in a more optimal position to jump.
Yep.
Yes, yellow was a bit more angled.
Yeah,
than we
a
thought
bit on that far wire.
So it will be blue to play, going for a jump shot.
And makes it very well done.
Great jump shot. So increases the lead to 5-3. Oh, good position there, right in front. A little bit angled.
Yep, very close.
Here's the replay of Helen's jump shot.
Got a bit unlucky with pushing the yellow back out of the
for
hoop.
sure. She would have been wanting to leave yellow without a shot down towards the next hoop, but
she won't be worried. She's two ahead.
Yeah.
I think she may be shooting at this red with it in such good position.
Just misses to the left-hand side.
Just through that gap.
Another great positional shot.
Helen will have to go for a long roquet here, having missed the shorter one. But by no means would this. Ooh.
Not far off, good attempt.
No.
So, Jessica will be
Jessica will be wanting to run this right down towards the next hoop to be able to bring back that deficit in hoop scores. Just bounces off the jaws once again.
Yeah, she's been a little bit unlucky with those hoop shots. There's been a couple of them where she's just sort of got them stuck in the jaws or all bumped out.
She's probably wanted, she's probably going for a bit more of a controlled shot there, wanting to get good position at the next hoop.
Yeah, very good clearance. Centre border, keeping black around the hoop. Just to return the favour. Looks like she's going to return the favour and clear on black, but she might have changed her mind. Opting just to play in. For that wire.
Goes for that wire on blue. Might have got it very well done.
I don't think that's the shot I would have attempted, because if you miss the wire, then you've got one ball out of position.
Yeah, it's playing off the line.
Have a free shot at your ball.
Yeah.
It's risky, but very good if you get it.
Yeah, I guess there's perks and then there's downsides to both ways of doing it. But Helen misses, so another opportunity here for Jess to run it from the odd hoop down to the even one.
And does so with a lot of pace.
A lot of pace, and it's going to roll past the hoop.
Just past the hoop.
She's got a good amount of wire on it, so it's sort of put it at an angle, which I think will make it quite difficult for Helen to get wide from that red.
And gives Jess the option to shoot for a long boundary as well, which is always beneficial. But Helen just staying deep to make that roquet that much harder and putting distance between those two balls.
Oh, not far off.
Jessica will just deem whether she needs to go for the roquet, but just plays in.
Big shot here for Helen. Try and take that sixth point.
She does so, yeah. Very nice.
Shot.
That's good confidence builder.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just left it really deep, with Jess thinking that she wouldn't be able to run it from there.
So Jess has some work
but
to do, playing in tight.
Definitely was able to get that nicely.
Being the first 6 hoops is always a bit of a relief.
Exactly.
First hoop 13, no matter what.
Yeah, for sure. Going into those last 3 hoops, especially with 6 hoops already. Obviously, these 2 hoops can easily be got with a couple of strokes, with them being that much closer together.
Black plays in, so it'll be yellow to play. She's just having a wee look. It looks a little bit angled, so it might be too difficult to run. So, opting for the clearance. Clearance on blue, it looks like it, and it is blue. Do you guys think red is runnable?
It's definitely runnable, but it looks
a little bit angled.
Look easy.
Quite angled, yeah.
But it looks like she backs herself to run it.
Helen definitely thought it could run too with that shot.
So opportunity here for just to draw back a hoop. Then you run it cleanly down to 12.
Oh, just bounces off that far wire.
Yeah, just again, she's just letting herself down a little bit with those hoop shots, but
Helen with a similar sort of hoop shot here to take the game and the match.
Does a similar rejection
just
and
right
ends
off that
up
upright.
just in front of the hoop. But with Jessica nice and close with both balls, she is definitely. Ooh, that is not what Jessica would have wanted.
Yeah, it's going to make it difficult.
Definitely difficult for black to be cleared without affecting the yellow ball.
Yeah, there's even a risk running the hoop because black might still have an opportunity on the hoop if she misses. So
Yeah.
potentially she'll...
Definitely will have to weigh up her options.
Potentially we'll have to look for some other options, maybe a snuggle or...
But I think she will be going for the hoop here.
On the hoop.
Just hoping that yellow is blocking black enough. Just off that near wire.
Yeah,
and away.
What a great rejection that's gone quite a long way away from the hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure if yellow and black are touching.
Yeah, if they're touching or not, it can make a big difference to...
Could you explain that difference of why, if they are touching, it makes a difference?
Well, if they are touching, then you can legally play a stop shot straight on, which means you can send yellow a lot further away while keeping good position with black. And if they weren't touching, you wouldn't be able to play it straight on without the risk of there being a fault.
Yep. I think they must have not been touching, as Helen opted to just give it a tap. And Jessica just tried to block Blue's shot towards the hoop.
Going to be Blue to play. And she just decides the position, so... Big shot needed here.
That yellow ball was blocking Jess's
Attempt at black, yeah.
But black is still runnable, if I'm correct?
I think Jessica will just be coming over to check that now, of whether black can see past yellow and be able to get that clean hoop shot.
Could be tempted to shoot at the yellow ball here. Because,
Yeah. If yellow, because yellow's right onto black.
Any sort of central contact on yellow should send black a reasonable way away.
So just to play, opting just to play in.
And maybe that black ball wasn't able to cleanly run.
Oh, I can see what she's doing, trying to go for that wire, but just was a couple balls too far.
It's a good positional shot from that distance to get nice and close into the hoop.
Yeah, just wee clearance there from
Helen's have a bit of a laugh at herself for not quite stopping in front, but
wanted that to just roll on into the jaws.
Yeah.
So just gonna need to clear Blue.
And gets it in the centre of the ball. And the hoop has suddenly switched to be favouring towards Jess now, with Helen on the back foot making a long roquet. But she gets it.
Very nice.
Very well done. And the hoop is open once again.
Looking for a controlled clearance. Cuts herself in front of the hoop and sends
I
Blue
think that's
to
not the
North
worst
boundary.
shot in the world with Blue,
Yeah, it's not horrible,
with Black, being right there. You know, if you sat with a bit of a stop shot, Black is able to return the favour a little bit.
Nice sweep position in front. She might have wide read from the hoop.
I think that was definitely her aim. And that would have been what Jessica was checking there. Just rechecking what she can see with that red ball and how risky it is to leave Black where it currently is and just have an approach.
So, Blue to play.
Needs to be careful there not to block her own shot.
Yeah, I think she's managed to stay off, but it's definitely close by. As Helen just puts another ball nice and close, right next to yellow.
Looks like from her reaction she knows she's blocked herself.
To me it looks open, but doesn't matter what I think, it's what Jessica thinks at the end of the day.
Yeah.
She's locked in on her concentration.
Might be a bit of a double between black and the hoop, or just aiming for that left side of black. Manages to just hit her own ball.
Good attempt,
Helen.
she had to go for it.
Yeah, yeah.
So, again, opportunity for Helen.
Opportunity for Helen to finish this game off and get the match in her favour. And does so. Yep. Well done, Helen. Great match between these two. As they shake hands.
High quality. Lots of hoop for hoop with each player.
And
Helen sort of just took her chances a little bit more than Jess did. Jess just missed a few criticals. And
yeah, some of those hoop shots got unlucky on both ways, but
I guess that sort of changes the impact of the game.
Yeah.
If you miss those ones that you need to run. So it's just all about taking your chances.
Yeah, for sure. And that puts Helen on 7 match wins along with Jenny. And I believe it may be those two up to play next. So
we'll stay tuned for that. But I think we'll take a short break and we'll be back shortly.
Yep, we'll do. Thank you.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the score's different.
The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect 10. Ki whakaata Māori, me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
I'm Jason Bill and we farm around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
Alright, and we are back. We've got Sue Cleveland and Vanessa Hanna up in this second match of the day. And you join us with, well, I think whoever's playing red and yellow, I think it's Vanessa, ran the first hoop. So it's a 1-0. 1-0 to Vanessa, and I'm joined by absolutely no one at the moment, sitting here by myself monologuing. Wonderful stuff. Hopefully Jason or someone will come and join me in a second. But as it is, what have we got? Red at blue, I'm assuming. Not quite, so we'll see black at yellow. If black misses, yellow at blue. Normal stuff. Now, if that's wide, we might be seeing a picky, and I'm wondering if it's going to be a golf swing. Unless it'll be a nice little stop shot, try and get a double clearance. Guess we're about to find out. It would be good if she got it. It wouldn't get a 2-0 lead, and it is a golf swing. Here we go. This could be incredible. Sue's watching and waiting. Oh, not quite. Looks like it went slightly to the left there. It can be really difficult to aim those golf-style jumps. Some would say you have to almost play it like you're slicing it. Not that I play golf, so I know nothing about that. But at any rate, it didn't work out that time, and the golf-style jump is something that a lot of these players are going to have to do because that's what you need to generate the power. You see players like Jess, Helen and Jenny, their jump shots, they kind of play it the same way they play a normal shot, so they kind of play forward. They're standing forward, they're not playing to the side. Oh, Jason has come to join me.
Hello,
Have you had a refreshing lunch break?
Yep, it's been nice.
No, we're back. We've got Sue Cleveland and Vanessa Hanna in the second match.
Yep. No, it's great to see.
And it's 1-0 to Vanessa at the moment. I didn't quite see what happened on that first hoop, but Sue's in prime peeling position at the moment.
Yeah. No, definitely looks like she's got the opportunity to go for the shot off.
Get it on the right, send it over, or she's landed in the jaws.
Unlucky Sue.
It depends. Is she gonna be able to get over?
I don't know if she'll be able to.
With black.
But she will have to rely on her blue ball to be able to cover that. That makes it 1-1 and back to even footing. As Vanessa gets a very good shot over towards hoop 3, right in front.
So she's looking at red, and I'm unsure why. Is it the... No, it's the wrong ball, Sue. Yeah, blue to play. I think she was thinking there that if it was black to play, black would play out towards red, hamper red shot over, which would have been the right thing to play if it was actually black's turn.
Yeah, for sure. But as she peeled blue with black, it is now blue's turn.
I reckon that's one of the times where wrong balls happen the most, when someone's peeled a shot, when someone's peeled a ball or promoted, so it looks like another ball's moved.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's the ball I just hit because that's the one that's moved.
And that's where most people end up making a mistake. But it looks like red might be messing with yellow here.
But it's a mistake.
As Sue comes over just to check if yellow can still see the hoop with red so close. But there is not much that she will be able to do with black either way.
Yeah, that's looking rough, and it's why when she went for the peel through, you want to hit that a little bit harder, and you want to try and hit that
right side a bit.
Since blue was so far in the jaws, hitting it on the right was okay because it would have pushed it through the hoop.
And so Vanessa just uses yellow into red to push blue off.
Try and snuggle up to it, or at least move it a little bit.
Has definitely lost the advantage coming to this hoop due to that unlucky shot with the red.
I think she might try and get a bit of distance on this. Yeah, kind of roll it back so it's not an easy stop shot for red to come on back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it's rolled away from the hoop, and you only need to hit it really slightly on that right hand side.
Yeah.
But that finer stop shot control really, really important.
Yeah. Vanessa just attempts to roll into the jaws, but sits out slightly a bit, giving black an option.
There might be another golf swing in our future.
Have we seen another golf swing already?
We saw one just before, actually.
Oh wow!
There was a golf swing attempt. Didn't quite come off, but Vanessa went for it.
Yeah. Black is just into that wire. Now Sue may have an attempt at a pecky here, or she may just choose to make a clearance.
I can't remember. Does Sue play them as a golf swing, or does she play them forward?
I can't quite recall.
It's looking like she's playing it facing forward, and unless she's just straight up open on the hoop.
She might have a bit of a double here.
No, it's flat, so
yep.
Just going for the hoop, surely. Run it from there, go on.
Ooh.
Cleared it off the hoop and out. I mean, she's done enough to move it. Can't complain.
As Vanessa looks like she might just try to put it back in the same position once again. Just does that. Slightly out from the hoop. Potentially allowing black.
Well,
just looks like she's going to stop shot yellow and allow blue to clear red.
Come out slightly to the right from the perspective of the broadcast.
And just stays very central and stops dead.
Straight is still good, as long as it's not left. Left would be the worst.
Left would be not ideal. Just pushing yourself away from that hoop shot.
And we'll have to find out what blue can see.
Yeah, for sure. As yellow will just come back in. Just keep putting pressure on.
So how much of blue has it got?
Just falls short, but
even the smallest amount of a ball, it's still rotatable. You just have to aim. You just aim to miss the ball that's in front, or the obstruction,
or the wire. Yeah.
Then you'll be fine. I know I've hit. Maybe
obviously we saw Sue hit the wire before, but she's going to be hoping that she makes good connection like that this time. Well done.
We can't have seen much of that. Half a ball, maybe less.
No, definitely about half a ball, maybe 3/4. But it was a very good shot by Sue. So it just goes for the hoop again, but just misses this time, allowing black to try and take advantage here.
I think we might see the jaws.
Yeah, it's definitely a risky shot with yellow so close behind the hoop.
It could just be a wire it from yellow, but then you got to worry about red.
Yeah. She's played to get in the jaws, but just bounced off.
Yeah, she wasn't very happy with that.
And is now fully open for yellow to see.
But even though these players they may get frustrated, they still compete in very good spirits.
Yeah.
We're lucky in croquet. It's a very positive community. Everyone's really nice to each other, except on the lawn when they turn into absolute demons.
So he just looks to approach past yellow.
You know, I find it quite fun. You play against your friends.
Yeah,
It's this
for sure.
This one weird sport that we all enjoy. You know.
No, for sure. It's definitely one of those sports where you can be best friends off the lawn, but as soon as the game starts, you know, the faces change and it's into game mode.
Yeah, it's full focus, and it doesn't really matter who you're playing.
Yeah.
You have to get in the zone. Black at yellow, Poropongo at Porokowhai.
Gets that clearance nicely.
And it's going to be Porokowhai shooting at Porokikorangi, I reckon.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the rotation of the balls. Usually clearing the ball that's next is the obvious play.
And it's just whether blue can see the hoop in its current position.
Well, I think red
but if yellow...
Ooh. I think red can see the hoop. Part of it might have been to protect.
Yeah, protect red. And just put that pressure on Sue here.
Well, she's thinking. What do you think she's thinking about?
I think she's probably thinking whether to go for the hoop or take the clearance on red. Obviously, leaving red there if the hoop shot doesn't work is a very risky position.
See, on the broadcast, it's very clear that red's quite some distance away from the hoop. I actually thought from where we were sitting, it looked like red was almost sitting on a wire.
Yeah. And no, she's just opted to go for the clearance and just play it safely.
I think a good opportunity for black to slap that one right in front. Trust the process that blue's going to be sending red to a boundary.
Yeah, for sure. Black just plays in nicely and tight, as Vanessa will try to stop Sue's plans.
Well, there was quite a lot of wheat bix on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
But I don't. But what did you have for lunch? Did you have wheat bix for lunch?
I haven't actually eaten lunch yet, but
neither have I.
I shall have it following this game, likely, or this match.
They've got some quite good catering options. I'm just waiting for the sausage rolls personally.
Yeah, I know you always are. As red will have
sausage roll.
Red will have a similar shot at black that yellow has just had. Trying to stop it from getting that hoop. And putting Sue in the lead. Not if Vanessa has anything to say about that, I'm sure.
Oh, that's a very good shot.
It's a great shot.
I think one thing I've noticed is that I think Vanessa's taking a bit more time.
Yeah, for sure. Just making sure that she's on target, taking her time, playing her own game, not being rushed into shots. Made sure she's thought things through before playing her strokes.
And I think that's really good to see.
Yeah.
Oh, has she gotten the wire there? That is nasty.
I think it's close, but not quite on that wire between black and the hoop. It does look like it is still open, but
sometimes you just
it's still a risky shot for black to take on the hoop with yellow that close behind.
Yeah, the jump could be there. You might be able to play it flat, but
I think blue might be just trying to come close.
Ooh, little movement. Oh, blue's come to join the party.
May have just made it harder for black.
Black's not able to clear yellow with that unless you play slightly left-hand side of blue, send blue straight into yellow. send yellow away.
Oh,
And now we've got...
red has joined the party as well, stopping black from going at the hoop.
Crazy situation where all the balls are within probably about a yard of each other.
Yeah,
possibly
less than that, yeah.
Go on, jump over the top.
Yep.
Yes, that's what we want.
Now we'll see Sue
playing for the
have
crowd.
a nice pecky. Just try to get over the top of all of those balls.
This will be a real crowd pleaser.
Just bumps into blue, but manages to nudge yellow.
Moved everything, and black is still onside. Now, what do you think? What do you think went wrong?
No,
there,
I believe
Jason?
black will be offside because it came off the blue ball.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yep.
What do you reckon went wrong with that jump there, Jason?
Just not enough height. I think just standing a bit too far back and not needed it a bit closer, just so
So you
she could
reckon-
get a bit more up and down.
You reckon if she was standing a bit further forward, it would have popped
Yeah,
up a bit
yeah.
better?
Just gets that bit angle, bit better, bit of height, and allows her to come back down over those balls rather than hitting them on the way up.
Yeah, it can be really hard to judge though.
Yeah, for sure.
And it, she must have been wide because she absolutely clanged that yellow, but she would have been
Yeah.
going for red.
As Vanessa will now try to make it 2-1
Run this with control.
and take the lead.
Play it like a positional shot, maybe a little bit harder. Nice little follow through. It's almost like the hoop's not even there, and run it nicely down.
Ooh.
Not quite.
Just hits that right wire and bounces out.
Yeah, sadly, you always want to play it like the hoop's not even there, but sadly it is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you want to get a bit more pace into them, and sometimes you do lose that accuracy.
And with how they're set, you can't take them for granted.
No, for sure. Goal number 1 needs to be running the hoop, but it's always in the back of your mind about getting down towards the next hoop.
Yeah, well, what do you think would be? What's the number one thing to getting a nice controlled hoop run? Obviously, there's the power you hit it, but
Yeah,
anything technique-wise that.
For me, it's
that you're thinking
just
about?
focusing on hitting it as straight as possible, and just making sure that your accuracy is on target, and not trying to rush anything too much.
That's definitely a really big part of it. I'm a fan of making sure you always follow through.
Yeah, for sure.
I was always told back when I was a wee 12 handicapper, don't stab at the hoop.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get a bit trigger happy. And,
Yeah, bit rushing, and
kind of bash it a little bit.
you just need to play it like all other shots and just take your time.
Well, with a nice,
Even if it may
nice
appear
follow-through.
close and easy, there's still an opportunity to miss-hit
And you
in
might-
one way or another.
You might notice that players like Jenny, especially because she has such a she casts a lot, but she'll do that routine even for the shortest hoops.
Yeah.
Because it's about doing that
It's
every
about,
time.
Yeah, getting it into your regularity and just making sure you're in the same headspace whenever you hit the ball, and not just for the bigger shots.
You have to take the same amount of effort for the long shots and the short shots.
Yeah. Speaking of when you were a 12 handicapper, I believe I first met Sue when I was about a 10 or a 7 handicap, having grown up in South Canterbury where Sue also resides.
So you'd say you'd have a bit of personal bias in this game.
Not necessarily, but yeah, definitely grown up and started playing croquet with Sue there, so there's definitely some history between the two of us.
Oh,
but yeah.
Have you given her any advice for this tournament?
Not this tournament, no. I believe she's well on the way, and knows what she needs to do. And definitely taught me some things back in the day.
Oh yeah. Is there one thing you remember that you were taught that's kind of stuck with you, or nothing? Not really.
Nothing particularly. I've slept since then, to be honest, Paul, and it's been a number of years. But yeah.
But it's about those foundations at the start.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You know, stick with you, and you know, learning how to play a different way and starting building up those tactics a bit. And
yeah, I definitely remember the people who taught me when I was starting out.
Mm.
And you know, maybe I might have like learned all I can now, but
yeah,
you know, it's always you're always going to remember that.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, you've got to thank them for where you are in the game.
Yeah, of course. Because it takes those committed people to keep new players coming through, whether they're young or old.
I definitely met Sue at a few competitions and had some good battles between the two of us.
Yeah, a lot of these players have been around for a long time. While croquet being one of those sports that you can play pretty much your entire life.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's so accessible, and as long as you can manage to swing the mallet, it's doable enough. Yeah, I would say.
It's not like football where you turn like 35 and you're basically an old man.
Yeah, yeah.
You're on the way out.
You know, you don't need too much fitness. Obviously, you've got to be able to, especially at these kind of tournaments where you're potentially playing 12-hour days like yesterday.
And in the heat.
It can be quite tiring, but definitely by no means impossible, as not all tournaments take this long each day.
Yeah, well, Jess is definitely the youngest player here. She's what, 20?
She's 19, I believe.
19, well there you go. And then, I'm not sure who the oldest player is, but I'm sure...
No, not too sure.
I think I wouldn't want to guess.
Don't want to put your foot in your mouth there, Paul.
Yeah, I think I'll err on the side of caution there.
Yes, you never ask a woman's age, Paul.
No, no, definitely not.
But we digress. As Vanessa will just try and approach, and Sue may have a bit of a hampered shot with her blue due to the black, but yeah, definitely can have a good go all the same. And she does get in the jaws.
Yeah, it looked like it bobbled slightly, so it'll be interesting to see if it's in the centre of the jaws,
or if it's sticking out a bit.
Because if you're playing with yellow there, you can kind of, if you clang it on the side, it can ping off into the wire and then get launched out.
Yeah.
Has that rolled into a wired spot?
It might have done, actually. It looks like a very good shot, yeah. Just applauding her opponent's shot, which is just showing great sportsmanship that we have in this sport.
It's actually quite common to see people applauding their opponent's shots. Everyone here supports croquet.
Yeah. And you'll often hear a nice shot or a good shot on one of those shots, so...
And Nick Bud Clement runs a nice little hoop in the background there, playing against Jessica Bullen. Oh, she's going for the promotion, but it's curled off, and you can see she's pointing in that direction to signal that is indeed where it curved off.
Yeah. As yellow will try to clear blue out of the way of the hoop.
I know whenever I'm playing a positional shot or a roquet that's, you know, curving in one direction or the other, sometimes I might point kind of like I'm using the force.
Yeah.
Like
you want to be able to try and control the ball,
the act of pointing in one direction causes the ball to curve that direction.
Yeah. It looks like Sue might still be able to run this hoop, as yellow has only managed to ping it back about a yard. And Sue has managed to run that hoop, putting her 2-1 up.
2-1. So do you like to use the force when you're trying to make a ball curve a certain way, or do you have other preferred techniques?
I always try to do it, but the balls will never do what they tell you to do, because
Maybe
sadly,
the solution is to tell them to go the
I
other
am not
way.
magical. Well, potentially, but sometimes they just stay straight. Sometimes they go the wrong way. Sometimes they go the right way. But
So you're saying the solution is to just get good?
I think it's just sometimes up to how the ball wants to act, and there is not much you can do
So if you
to
respect
control
the balls, if you respect the balls, they'll respect you.
it. Yeah, for sure.
But one way to avoid curves is just to hit it harder. Sometimes I'll think to myself,
Obviously, on a
curves
positional shot, hitting it harder doesn't help you,
well,
but
no, you won't exactly be in position.
definitely
more
for
than,
those
like, 30
promoting
yards
or
away.
hoop shots or roquets, hitting it harder tends to make it go straighter. Especially if the hill is only slight. As Vanessa makes a great hoop there.
Applause
and
from the spectators.
Evens it right back up to 2-all.
Yeah, the hoop barely slowed that down. And with how these hoops are set, it's really going to reward the clean hoop strokes like that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's always satisfying. It's always satisfying when you run a hoop cleanly like that. What, the clips? And yeah, it is a very interesting technique. Do you think that comes from a background as an AC player?
I think it might do actually, but
I don't actually know if Sue plays AC.
Yeah, I think she does.
Oh yeah.
Not too sure on that one. Not playing myself too much.
Are you a side clip fan or are you a top?
Oh, I'm definitely a top clip fan.
It just needs to.
Although I don't mind either way, to be honest.
I think I'd.
But I definitely put mine on the top.
There's something off to me about putting a clip on the side of a hoop.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Do you think it's maybe a mental game by Sue trying to get in her opponent's head when they come back around to those hoops?
Well, by doing it differently.
Yeah, it's something different and
to get in
yeah,
Vanessa's
playing
head.
a bit of a mental game.
It's very interesting. It's a very interesting theory that, and there might be some truth to it. Putting the clips on the side to unsettle your opponent.
Yeah.
Well, because it's such an unnatural way.
And just not something they're not too used to, that it could put them at a loss for thoughts.
It's very possible.
So we'll just try to clear red back to the boundary. Ooh.
So do you think then if Vanessa starts running more hoops, Sue might revert to the original tactic and start putting the clips back on the top of the hoops again?
No, I think that's just how she plays as well. Is just she always puts them on the side. But I don't think she's gonna change how she plays, because it's still make sure she plays her own game.
So I think we're gonna have a quick look at the block on Croquet Scores, try and work out the state of the tournament so far, and looking at that, Jenny Clark looks to be in a pretty good position. It doesn't appear she's dropped a game.
No, she has not so far.
So the way to read this is you look at matches, high number of matches wins, and then net games and then net hoops. Ignore the games column. We don't care about that.
So Helen and Jessica's match hasn't been updated yet, but that would put Helen on 7 matches as well. But she did drop 1 game to Jessica, therefore leaving Jenny on the only one with 14 net games.
Well,
with Helen just following up closely behind.
I think you got to be pretty happy with how. Well, looking at some of these unexpected results, it appears Pauline managed to get a match off Vanessa in 2. That was pretty.
Yeah, Yeah,
That's
no,
pretty
for
positive,
sure.
you know, coming in as one of the lower seeded players. You know, you take anything you get. You kind of come in and you might not be expecting
Yeah.
to do too well.
Yeah, it's like
and then you
Sue.
play and you're like, oh, you know.
Sue coming up against two of the high seeds earlier in the competition and winning both in two against Jean and Gay.
Yeah, well, there we go. We've updated the scores, and
Yep.
it looks like Helen is right on Jenny's heels.
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
only
for
dropping
sure.
the one game against Jess.
In terms of net hoops, they're quite different, but I believe Helen and Jenny are playing now.
Playing right now.
So it'll be interesting to see how that result pans out.
It could be crucial in deciding the tournament. See if we can crane our heads over and look at lawn 3. I can't really tell. I can see multiple clips of different colours.
Hoop 9, but
I would hazard a guess that both players have scored more than 1 point.
Yes.
I think that would be a good start. And Jenny's just scored hoop 9 and put a clip on it, so the worst it could be is 6-3 to someone, but I feel like it'll be a bit closer than that.
Turning back to this game, Vanessa has just made a clearance on black and has taken control with 2 balls in front of the hoop with black and blue off to the sides, opposite sides.
And so are we going to see yellow playing this in? Cheeky little promotion, play it at black. So blue or red, unless it's white.
Manages to get that nicely in the middle.
Yeah, centre board.
Just sending red over towards hoop 1. Making it difficult for Vanessa to get the return roquet
And you
on black.
And an interesting thing to point out on that replay is that you can see that Sue doesn't move her body at all when she's playing her shot.
Yeah.
Only after she's finished. And
Do you find that it's quite important?
I think so, because the less moving parts that are involved, the less that can go wrong in terms of twisting, and especially if there's tension and you're playing under a lot of pressure.
Yeah. You tend to
muscles can kind of tense up a little bit. You know, it can be really hard, especially when the adrenaline's pumping. I can feel the sun starting to beat down on us. We're really getting into the hottest part of the day. And I think you have made the right choice, grabbing a gigantic flask of water.
Yep, got to have my water bottle handy. Keep those fluids up, keep the voice all right with the amount of talking we're doing. And yeah, Sue will see what she can do about the red ball sitting right in front of the hoop in yellow. Played very close to that wire.
Yeah, but we've seen that a lot of these longer hoop shots, assuming this is a hoop shot, it's been hard for them to go through. But I like the power, and that's the right way to hit it.
Yeah,
if you're going for the hoop from there.
It's definitely done a job as it's pushed red off towards the side, so it'll make it difficult for red to even see black potentially.
And I
would expect a jaws here, or just a roquet into blue.
I think I dare say that if these hoops weren't set like concrete, then that might have gone through.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely some really tight hoops here, but it's where you want the hoops to be to make sure that the competition is tight.
Yeah, you might be looking at some of this and be thinking, oh, why can't anyone run a hoop? It's not because they don't know how to play croquet. It's because the hoops are that tough.
Yeah. I mean, with only a credit card's width between the width of the ball at its widest point and the width of the hoop, it's definitely not easy to be that precise every time.
And even with how firm the hoops are in the ground, right?
With a great double clearance there by Sue.
Yeah, it was very nice. With how firm the hoops are in the ground, if you hit the ball into the hoop's not going to absorb any of its energy, so you're going to see the ball bouncing out, and you're not going to see, for example, someone hitting the ball onto a wire and then it going through the hoop, kind of rolling through.
Yeah,
You'll see it bobble into the wire and bounce all the way out.
Yeah,
because the wire's not going to be absorbing any of that.
And that's been a significant change in the last sort of decade, I would say, as clubs have started to move away from the old style of hoops, which were more a wrought iron, white painted hoop, to a more stainless steel with square carats in the ground.
Which are these hoops that we're playing with here? They're
called quadway hoops,
and they're actually made in New Zealand.
Yeah,
New Zealand invention. And they're probably the
previously made up in Nelson, but I believe starting to be made out of Methven.
Yeah, I think so.
Soon.
The mighty Methven. So they're actually they're
locally Canterbury product, and now
they are used all around the world.
Previously a South Island, so South Island staying strong in its croquet roots.
And they're probably the premier hoops for
around the world. They're in high demand and always wanted for clubs all over.
Yeah, it's like how Australia's got the monopoly on croquet balls, but we've got it on with the croquet hoops.
Yep.
It used to be for ages there was pretty much only with the one Australian company making croquet balls.
Yeah, and there's now quite a variety, but I think they're still predominantly in Australia.
But there are some rigorous tests that the balls have to go through.
They've got to go through so many tests, and you can definitely tell when you're playing with an inferior quality ball, I would say.
Yeah, you know that one of the tests for croquet balls before they get approved, there's obviously your basic ones like, it should bounce this much when you drop it from a certain height, it should be these dimensions, these tolerances. But one of the tests is also you need to give it to a few top players and let them play with it, and they need to say it's all good.
Yeah.
Through like normal play.
Yeah.
So it's even for equipment like this that looks like pretty simple. There's a lot that can change with it, and it's very subjective in terms of whether it can get approved or not.
Yeah, no, I know in football it's been a similar where they've had footballs in the past that have had weird designs that make them just fly through the air differently, even though they're still trying to be as round as possible, but it just gives it that different profile with where the sewing and stitching is on the ball itself.
And that changes the flight.
Yeah. So it's the same with croquet balls where they may look the same to the human eye, but in reality they can be significantly different.
Yeah, and they'll
and feel completely different. Yeah.
In association croquet, they'll have different responses with croquet strokes.
Yeah.
That's very important because it's where two balls would be touching each other. So in GC that would apply too. It would just happen a lot less.
Yep.
And maybe they might grab onto hoops differently. They'd play differently when you're trying to roquet. I know, like the balls they use in Egyptian tournaments, they're extremely hard and they might even break a mallet if you use the wrong one.
Yeah,
that's why they will use wooden mallets.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
They keep breaking them.
Oh wow! And you reckon that would give some uncertainty in your equipment if it's potential for breakages and potential changes when one does break?
Well, maybe for someone who's not used to it, but
I suppose
I'm sure
those Egyptians
like a wooden mallet, they probably crank them out by the dozen. So
yeah.
So
I'm used to those slight changes from mallet to mallet.
I know a lot of players, not just say the Egyptians, but even players in other countries, they'll have multiple mallets. And in fact, they might use multiple mallets for different codes of the game.
And depending on conditions, I know Nick Clement herself has 2 mallets depending on conditions, I believe.
Oh yeah?
Or did in the past, where one weighs a bit more than the other and is just better for those slower conditions where the lawns just don't slow the ball, or slow the balls down a bit quicker than other lawns.
Like a little bit of a heavier mallet so you can get a bit more.
Oh, great shot, Vanessa.
Oh, 3-2.
3-2.
Vanessa's hoop strokes have been pretty good these last couple of
those longer hoop shots, and that leaves Sue on the side.
No, but I'm
to play nice and tight all over towards hoop 6.
But I'm trying to look out there, and I'm seeing that it does look like Sue is using a mallet with wood on it.
Mm-hmm.
But Vanessa is not, and
no,
that looks like a carbon fibre mallet.
Yep.
The latest advanced materials being used in the construction of croquet mallets.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously there's starting to become some market for more aluminium or metal-based mallets, just with added weights in on the ends.
Yeah, and those ones are a bit easier to manufacture because you can use like CNC.
And you can do 3D printing and things like that, and you know, those carbon fibre.
So it would probably cost a lot less to manufacture as well.
Mm.
But I know I used to have a carbon fibre mallet.
Mm-hmm. And you enjoyed it?
Well, as well as you could. The actual carbon fibre part was fine.
Yeah.
It was more the rest of it had a couple issues, but
yeah.
You know, the older it gets, everything has a shelf life.
Yeah. No, I've got a bit of wood myself. And I've had it for quite some years now. But yeah, having to look after a wood mallet is a bit different than that carbon fibre. It's more.
What, do you have to polish
likely
it
to?
And care
No,
for
not
it
so
and
much.
feed
But
it
it's
every day.
You know, you've got to be wary about balls hitting into the sides of it because it will dent the mallet, which not necessarily a performance thing, but could cause it to break in the long run if it's prolonged.
Would you consider the mallet almost an extension of yourself in that way? You have a strong attachment to it.
Oh, in some ways, for sure. I mean, obviously, having played with it for a number of years, you know, it's an important piece of equipment. But
do you cuddle the mallet at night?
No, I do not.
Oh.
It lives in my car most of the time, to be fair.
Well, that's still quite important because that's still quite high status. The cars are pretty small nowadays.
Just on the off chance that I'm out and about and want to go down to the croquet lawn in some free time.
Yeah, I know that when you seeing tournaments like this played, you just want to get out there and start.
Oh, for sure.
Hitting things, and I think a bunch of us on the stream crew have brought our mallets down. So maybe after we're all done with this, we'll head out there and
just test how tight those hoops are. And
yeah, I know. I definitely want to
have a bit of fun.
Try and run some hoops.
As Vanessa will try to get this blue out, which
it looked like it was going to go.
Looked like very close whether it was going to go through the back, but not.
And it
look how close that was.
That one didn't curve at all. It just went straight down there. That's about as good as you can get.
Yeah,
from that.
and now Sue will have a bit of trouble trying to get through with the yellow sat right there. It'll crash into that ball, but. Hopefully, she's trying to play a bit of a jump,
more half jump,
just to enable herself to get a bit more momentum.
So it'll clip the top of yellow and spin up through, but
doesn't quite manage, and just popped out towards the side, as you can see there.
So not much elevation gained on that, but it's not easy. You don't want to be punching through, going into the hoop.
Yeah, it really restricts your follow through there, which, as you've said before, was so important.
Because if you're not following through and getting some of that top spin to help you out, you're really relying on hitting it dead straight.
Yeah. And with yellow there, just trying to push it back in front of the hoop, it really made it difficult to get that momentum.
Not red, black to play.
Black to play,
promotion.
Probably looking for a bit of a promotion to put blue into a wide position from yellow.
Now that looks pretty
decent. Gave it a bit of a promotion. But
I would almost call that a good shot.
whether yellow will still be able to get rid of it somehow.
Well, how much of blue can yellow see?
I'm unsure on that one from this angle.
Well, enough of it.
Enough to send it all the way over there.
Yeah, it looked like it was pretty solid contact on that. So, it must have been almost fully open.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
No, she's put that blue in, saying, "You can stop shot this, but if you do, black's coming right back."
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But I think she is going to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Or is she just going for black anyway? I guess we'll find out. No, it was blue. And so she's deliberately put a little bit more roll in that to make sure red doesn't stay in front of the hoop.
Yeah, yeah, just stops black from getting another stop shot, and then Vanessa would have to make quite a long clearance. So Sue will just play out a little bit. Just making sure she has that shot on the hoop. And Vanessa will try to just one-up her, come in a bit closer.
Well, that's what you got to do, saying yellow's here.
Yeah.
You know red's all over black, so
yeah,
it's up to you. Oh, and Sue's saying anything you can do, I can do better. Oh,
just goes too far.
But that's the problem. The further you get to the edge, the higher the chance you might go over it.
Yeah. Makes a good roquet there. Just sends black.
Why do we call it a roquet anyway? Such a weird word.
I don't know about that one, to be honest. But I'm sure it stems from croquet.
Yeah, there's probably some ancient,
potentially French origins, and obviously in association, you've got a roquet shot and then a croquet shot. So
yeah, but where did I wonder where the name actually came from?
Yeah,
like a croquet stroke makes sense. You got to name a shot after the game.
Yeah.
But were they just like, oh, I don't know what we should call this. Let's just take the C off it.
Who knows? Oh, and Vanessa makes a great hoop.
That's three
makes it
fantastic hoop shots in a row.
To Vanessa.
And Vanessa's got to be pretty happy with herself there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Been able to run those hoops pretty confidently. Just getting through just enough
and it means,
to score the point.
It means that Sue hasn't been able to put any clips on the side of the hoop.
In quite a while.
Do you think it's nullifying the psychological warfare?
Yeah, potentially, although they're coming to the first hoop where that peg is on the side of the hoop, so we'll see if that has any effect.
So you're saying that since the peg is on the side of the hoop, Sue has kind of marked it as her territory, and then it's going to be her hoop.
Who knows? But I'm sure Vanessa won't mind too much.
Do you think if Sue were to run this next hoop, would she put the clip on the same side of the hoop or the other side of the hoop?
I don't know about that one, to be honest.
Would you want two clips on the same side, or would you want, like, symmetry?
Not sure, to be fair. We shall see if she manages to run this now. But I think she may be just going for a roquet on red. And does.
Yeah, right on the middle. So Sue definitely staking her claim. It's not going to be an easy return roquet with red, but anything's possible. And I think we'll see the clip go on the same side.
Yeah.
Of the hoop if Sue manages to get this.
And she's just going to have quite a bit of pressure around her with yellow right there and red just sitting in behind, making it potentially a bit awkward. But I think she's not too awkward for her.
I see there's no movement. Keeps everything very still. Oh no, she didn't like
Just onto that side.
And she didn't move until after she'd made contact with the ball.
Yeah, no, it's so
Then she
important.
kind of leans forward.
Now Vanessa will be trying to run this hoop, capitalising on Sue's unfortunate hoop shot.
Oh,
Does a very similar shot, and
now I didn't want to say anything for fear of the commentator's curse, but I was going to say that Vanessa had quite a few really good hoop strokes recently, and then I stopped myself because I was like, no. But maybe thinking it was a miniature commentator's curse.
Yeah. And Sue just tries to give it a little bump back and sit in front.
Do you think
potentially allowed Red a cleaner hoop shot?
So do we think that clip on the side of the hoop is playing on Vanessa's mind?
I don't know if it is or not.
I mean, this is the first hoop that has a clip on it already,
Yeah,
and it's not hers.
And all of them have struggled to make this hoop shot. And with Red sitting right onto black there,
they're
it has made that decision a bit harder.
They're talking and laughing. They're probably thinking, oh, none of us can get through this hoop.
Yeah,
I know sometimes if I'm playing a shot and both my opponent and I maybe miss hoops that we might otherwise have gotten, I'm like, it's cursed. There's a curse on the hoop.
Yeah.
But, you know, both the players are able to see the positives in the situation, have a bit of a laugh.
Oh yeah, you've got to have a bit of a laugh.
You can't take it too seriously.
No,
well,
no.
you definitely should.
Oh yeah.
But,
You've got to be able to enjoy yourself at the same time.
Because we play the sport to have fun, don't we? So
Yeah.
if we're not having fun, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think we all enjoy the sport, otherwise we wouldn't be playing it.
Yeah. Sometimes there is a bit of a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, yeah. When things aren't going well, you kind of get a bit beat up, but it's always ways to turn it around and get back in.
But then when you come back from adversity, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. It feels that much sweeter.
Yeah, it's that, like, you know, when you experience the lows and then you get to enjoy the highs out of that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's no highs without lows as well.
No pain without gain.
Exactly.
Or no gain without pain.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess it goes both ways.
Exactly.
Yeah, I definitely reckon it's the clip on the side.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is playing that mental game with even both of them.
Yeah, you see, like, we've gone to this hoop, and Sue is fully in control.
Yeah, and it's that. I think it might be that clip on the side, just giving her the edge.
Could there be some kind of aura around it? I wonder how far would the aura of that sideways clip extend past the hoop?
Not sure.
Like, is it anything within 3 yards is always going to get hit, or is it only a certain distance? I guess we'll find out. I think we're about to see how effective this side clip strategy really is.
Yep. And so we'll look to run this hoop and put another sidewards clip.
I really want to find out which side the clip's going on. Assuming she makes it, which she does.
And she does.
And here we go. This is the moment of truth, and it is the same side.
Yep. Yep. No symmetry here, people.
So we were right in our prediction. The clip did go on the same side of the hoop. But now, what is quite interesting is that this first hoop 1 was made by Vanessa, and that's where we're coming back to now.
Yeah, for
hoop 8.
sure. So there's no sideways clip to affect this game, this hoop.
So, do you think we're going to see Vanessa make this hoop?
I'm unsure.
Too close to call.
Too close currently. You see Sue sitting a bit deep, with yellow just at the side of the hoop there. Not quite in a hoop running position
But is
from
it
my point of
jawsable?
view.
Yeah, she'll be looking at this. It's hampered.
Just going to go off to the side.
Oh yeah, she can get around that.
And play down with some pace into that ball and just knocks into red,
Nudging the red
and
out of a
sits
hoop
on
running
top of the
position,
yellow.
Sitting on yellow. Yellow can't get anywhere.
No.
That
was
I think
a great
it's because,
shot.
It's because she was playing next to the hoop that had her clip on it,
Mm.
and there were 2 clips on it, which doubled the effect.
Still think it's even more.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Well, they won't be returning to that hoop this game, so won't be many more chances to use that sort of aura.
Yeah, but when she's had the aura of the two clips on the hoop, she's really has been able to use it to her advantage.
Yeah, and wanting to build that momentum.
Is this a hoop stroke? Oi.
Ooh.
I respect having a go though.
Oh yeah, you've got to, when you have an opportunity.
I think it was the right thing to do there. It was
And definitely
it was a reasonably free go.
Leaves blue in a bit of a defensive position in case of a potential jaws.
Yeah. Then it looks like it might have hit the wire and maybe
Just popped out.
Popped back a bit and sat. It's hard to tell if
And
it's
it may
straight.
be able to give black a bit of an in-off opportunity if she.
Now that would be nice to see.
And she may be going for it.
I think I'm liking the in-off.
Mm.
And we want to see it bounce off that right-hand side of red and go straight through the hoop. She's looking at it.
Ooh,
That must have been
just
close.
misses to the left side.
I think that was a promotion attempt.
Just not quite enough, and
It's really hard to
left her
judge.
2 balls really close together, struggling to get either one towards the hoop.
And Sue is investigating the position of red and yellow.
Yeah.
And she knows she needs to be careful because she doesn't have a clip on this hoop. She needs to pick her shots carefully.
Hmm.
It looks like she's beginning a stalking phase.
Yeah.
So this is a shot. Well, of course she's playing a shot, but
Yeah,
she's shooting.
Yeah, she might be able to get a double clearance.
It was a
no,
double
that's
clearance in the
unfortunate,
sense
but
that they both moved, but
just leaves red right in front of the hoop with quite an easy hoop shot.
But from there, that's about as well as you can do. It's kind of up to luck to whether you can get both balls moving or not.
Yeah.
Now 5-3.
Yep.
Another calm hoop stroke there.
Great shot by Vanessa.
And Vanessa does stop her mallet after playing the shot. Do you think a follow through could be helpful to try, or what do you think?
I mean, obviously follow through gives you that top spin a bit, and definitely gives you that more consistent swing rather than trying to slow your mallet down potentially before you've even hit the ball to ensure. Whereas that follow through just allows you to make a nice calm swing, but I think Vanessa manages to stay calm despite not following through.
Yeah, she's pretty good at that. Yeah, that's very nice. That is a lot of the calmness coming through there. Being
Yeah.
able to capitalise on the error that Sue made, slightly not putting that in front.
Yep. Just off to the side.
It's not the
But-
worst possible thing though, because black can still clear yellow.
Oh yeah, definitely in a bit of a defensive position, but I'm sure she will take that black onto yellow with confidence.
Do you think she'll go for try and cut it down the lawn a bit, or just keep it?
I think she'll just want black to stay nice and close, and there's not much consequences of yellow going quite close by, as blue isn't really in a hoop running position either.
You're right there, Jason. It's a nice little stop shot.
And yeah, I think yellow would have played back in wherever it was on the lawn.
Now, blue at red, is it a snuggle or is it a stop shot? It is a stop shot.
Yep. Just a bit of a split on there, but leaves red just behind the hoop on the boundary, with black and yellow also between it and the hoop.
Are we going to see, is she going to play in, or is she going to clear black?
She might go for a clearance on black.
On Poropango. Yeah, it is. Very nice.
She gets it. But whether it's far away for Sue to not return the favour, that'll be the question that will be answered soon.
But again, it's a hoop that doesn't have one of her clips on it.
Yeah, for sure.
But I believe the next hoop does have one of.
Yes, it does.
So
Sue was able to get that roquet in return, just pushing Sue just before the boundary. And Vanessa will, come back in.
So deeper position with blue, able to clear anything that comes in.
I would almost say a tighter position and allow black to clear.
Black to clear yellow.
Yeah. Although she's going for a clearance with blue, just pushing it away.
Yeah, I guess if you can.
And allowing herself that room to breathe as such.
Yeah, I guess if you can trust yourself to hit that longer shot, then it's the right thing to go for. But if you're not as confident, then it can be good to just take the short shot.
And with red so nearby, it had the potential to make that clearance on blue itself.
Oh, I think.
Oh, great
that's
shot.
Enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
All you need
just
to do
pushes
is
red away and puts the pressure back on Vanessa.
Because you're not worried about. Because you're not worried about. You're not worried about red shot on another ball.
No.
Where if you move it, it doesn't really matter. It can still hit that ball.
Yeah.
The hoop.
And I think
it's a very critical
Vanessa
angle.
has just played a great shot, pushing blue and getting the wire between blue and red, forcing Sue into a tricky situation here.
I wonder what we will see here. Just got to make sure we're quiet because they're playing around us, so you might get a bit of ASMR from us.
Yeah, just going to be a bit quieter to not put the players off.
Yeah, we're almost whispering into the mic.
And Sue will just potentially go for a hoop shot if she can't see the red, or just play in, just putting even more pressure onto Vanessa, as Vanessa will make the stop shot on black.
Maybe she's thinking that it puts a bit more pressure on yellow's hoop shot. So well, blue's right in front.
Oh, Vanessa plays that well.
Locked herself.
Maybe, but she's also has the opportunity to clear blue instead. But it will be risky with red in close proximity to that blue ball.
Well, what do you mean
if yellow, so obviously black wouldn't want to probably hit red, as blue would be collateral damage there. So she might just play in, try and stop, yeah, and then yellow may be able to clear blue.
But we've seen before that it doesn't need to be a perfect wire to have an effect.
Oh, for sure. But this is a risky shot for yellow to ensure that blue moves and red doesn't. And that's where the risk doesn't quite pay off, where red just got pushed away. But yes, yellow is onside. But didn't go off over halfway anyway. And blue is able to just come back in front and potentially even go for a wire with yellow over there on this east boundary.
So it's a nice, solid tactic here. 2 balls in front, never a bad thing.
No. And she's even gone for a wire to try and block red from being able to clear black. And Vanessa will try and return the favour with a wire of her own.
Yeah, I often try when I'm thinking of what shot to play. I try and achieve 2 things. So in that case, the first thing would be putting your ball in front. And then the second thing is going for the wire. I think if you can always think of 2 things to get,
and then
you may not get them, but
just making sure you decide on one to go for. Good shot, Sue, and that makes it 5-4.
And the clip on that side.
Yep.
So it's like two things to go for. It would be like hitting, roqueting a ball and staying in front of the hoop, for example.
Yeah. Sometimes there's just one main objective that you want to achieve.
And the other one's more of
and the other ones are
nice bonus.
Yeah. But as long as you achieve that number 1 priority, you're generally in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. And we are... Oh, that looks pretty good.
Very close to the hoop, but unlikely to remain in front with yellow so close by, with red just approaching on the other side of blue from yellow. So we'll just play this as a bit of a jump, just so she can still get down and straight.
And just on lawn 2, is it?
I'm not sure.
We've just had Pauline, I believe. She just ran a angled hoop 8 from the west boundary.
Oh wow.
Well, maybe not the west boundary, but it was a pretty long shot. Got a good reaction from the crowd.
Yeah, for sure.
A few spectators dotted around.
Nice distance hoop is always exciting to see.
Yeah, if only they could have been there for Jess's second game of that last match.
Yeah,
She
for sure.
absolutely turned it up. Definitely excited for Jess against Jenny in the final game.
For sure.
I think it's going to be a real interactive match.
But Still got this
Oh,
great
of
match to go. As Vanessa looks to hold on to her advantage on her 5-4 lead
And
against Sue.
a lot of these matches between people seeded quite evenly could be very crucial in determining the final placings.
Yeah.
You know, even if some people maybe it's looking like for the fight for first, it's between probably Jenny, Jess and Helen.
Yeah, at this rate it is, but it really comes down to what these results will end up as in this current round,
And
on what results can affect the final results.
And every match is still important.
Oh, for sure.
Because just if there's a battle for first going, there's always there's a battle for every other place.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe some players, their personal goals might be, I would like to finish in this spot.
Yeah.
You know, if I can do better than the time I came around last time, and I did this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always a goal to improve on your previous performances, but obviously all players will be aiming for that. So hard for all of them to achieve those goals.
Oh no.
No.
Did she just send that yellow straight through?
Yes, she did.
She did.
That's unfortunate for Sue. Just managed to rush peel her opponent, Vanessa.
It looked like it went through so cleanly.
Yeah, and sent yellow all the way to the boundary.
You never aim for stuff like that, but that's
no.
really unfortunate. Because not only does it put Vanessa on 6, I believe.
6-4, yes.
It also gives her first shot down the middle, and she's absolutely capitalised. And she is capitalised by placing that yellow smack bang in front.
Yep.
So this needs to be the Roquet, and it is.
Gets it. Very well done. Saved herself from the unlucky mistake that she made before. More an accident, I would say, instead of a mistake. But
What was an accident?
The rush peel.
Oh, well, it's almost that she hit it too well.
Mm.
She was trying to roquet it. It just
went
on the wrong angle.
Yeah.
So Poro Kikorangi to play. Red, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, Black's definitely got a hoop running position. So playing that defence, allowing Black to get that shot off.
Yeah, protect the partner ball.
But they are quite a way out, so it might just be a wiring shot. But no, we'll see a good roquet. It's getting Vanessa to move a bit quickly to get out of the way of those balls.
I'm liking the roquets.
Yeah, the roquets they're going well for these players. As Vanessa will try to roquet Black here.
No, I think it's just coming in, going for the snuggle, going for the wire.
Going for the wire, yeah.
I think it is wide.
Yeah, it might be close. I can't quite tell from this angle.
Is it picky time? That's what she's considering. She's looking at the camera. She knows. I don't think she does, but. She wants to show off to the crowd, I reckon. Picky.
I think it's just
jump.
potentially the right decision with Blue all the way back on the boundary. And she's definitely going to go for the hoop here.
Whether that's a jump or whether it's flat, depending what you can see.
Looks like she will be playing it flat.
Well, here we go. Here's the stance. Here's the wind up.
And runs that very nicely.
Clean.
Great shot, Sue.
That was delicious.
Just putting that pressure onto Vanessa as she runs that so cleanly.
Oh, but how can you compete with positional
but
shots
Vanessa
like that?
just goes and positions so close to the hoop.
And she's only gone and done it again.
Yeah.
That's like the third hoop in a row where she's gone and done that. Put it
Now
like
Sue will
a foot or less.
just try and see what she can do to prevent Vanessa from getting this hoop now.
Well, she's got to have a look down here and see how runnable that is, and where well, whatever the answer is, it must have been very clear. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
So now it might need to be some big shots with the blue and black balls.
Two big shots, try and run the hoop, go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah. Trying to even it back up at 6-all.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool to see? Here we go. Is it a big shot? She's taking her time, so I think it is. Yep.
Oh, she just pushes black.
Ooh.
And potentially gives herself a bit of a better angle with the black ball instead.
Well, it makes it a shorter
It makes the shot shorter, yeah, and still manages to get her blue ball nice and close to that hoop 12. That's definitely a great shot by Sue there.
Actually, yeah, where blues ended up, that's incredibly good.
Yeah, and now black will have a much shorter shot than if Sue had tried to shoot with blue before.
It possibly might make the double target a little bit wider as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Just with the angle of where yellow is. Here we go, there's a big shot. Looks like it might be a double target there. You can see it on the stream. Oh, she's looking.
Oh, just to the left of the hoop.
I think, however, it may have missed everything, but she looked like she really liked that.
Yeah.
Maybe it curved off.
And Vanessa will finish that off.
And it'll be 7-5.
7-5
in
game one.
Pretty close game, I think.
Very close game, yeah.
Definitely go either way in the next one.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so another quick ad break, I reckon, and then maybe we'll have a lunch break even, try and get some food and
we'll
get some kai.
See how these players are tracking and whether they're ready to go back out soon, or either way we will see you after the ad break.
Yeah, ka kite.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the sky's different. The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect team. Ki whakaata Māori, me Māori plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
I'm Jason Bill, and we farm around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
Oh, that sounds so bad.
Why does it sound bad, Mikey? Explain. And we're back. And I'm joined now by Mikey Lauer.
Hello.
As we join in back into this game that is currently sitting at 3-2 to Vanessa, with Vanessa getting the first 2 hoops, followed by Sue getting the next 2, and Vanessa getting hoop 5. And
So-
this is where you join us back at hoop 6.
So game 2, Vanessa taking the first game. So yellow to play, heading down 6. Ooh, not
Just
far off.
misses off.
Great attempt.
Leaving Sue with a bit of a chance at the hoop here and bringing it back even.
The opportunity to equalise it up. Just had a wee stoppage for lunch, we did.
Yep.
Good catering here. There's a few other players just munching away on their lunch.
Oh, and Sue's played a great shot there. Just deciding to take the Roquet on and leave her blue right in front of the jaws there.
So, red to play. Losing the jaws, so pretty difficult to get it out. But it will attempt. Oh, clearance on black, Jason.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
what do you think,
it'll
Sue?
be a difficult shot, I think, to get yellow to clear blue, but definitely possible. And I think Sue will just play back in now.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just
Putting
play
that
back in,
ball
play
in.
it safe.
Yeah. Just knowing that. Oh, she's just gone a bit far, but potentially gone for a bit of a wire.
Not too much to worry about, though.
With yellow
potential rush opportunity.
maybe having a difficult shot for aiming to hit blue, but I think if she can see it, she can see it past
Potential-
black.
Yeah, so yellow to shoot at blue. Really difficult angle to get it out. But it would be a great shot if she can. Here we go.
Oh,
not far off, I
looked
don't
very
think.
close from my point of view.
So thoughts here. I would just tap it through in front of black.
Yeah,
Give
I
the
think
rush
blue
opportunity.
just plays it nicely.
Oh, that's...
Oh, great shot.
That's
And
the
brings it back to 3-all.
Yep, 3 each. So the rush option is there. So Vanessa will attempt to play it right in front of the hoop. So cheeky wee rush coming up.
Yeah, for sure.
You're not a fan
A
of
nice
rush,
little
though,
rush.
aren't you?
Oh, I
Depends
just
on the
don't play it. Yeah,
situation.
I mean, it definitely is stronger for those AC players. But looks like Sue's played it all right there. Just putting blue quite deep
Well,
with red
not in a hoop running
in a
position.
hoop running position, just off to the side of that hoop. So with yellow just on its way over to the penalty spot, having been in an offside position.
So yellow to play. It was in an offside position, so it's been moved to the penalty spot. She will attempt to get a close position. Hopefully wiring blue from the hoop. So it's rolling over. So it'll be blue to play.
Yeah, and I think with the rush having been played, I think Sue's really got to try and get this hoop here. Otherwise she's going to be in a tricky situation.
So blue to play. Chance to take the lead.
Oh, just off the outside of that wire there.
What do you want your ranking? Just Willen's ranked number 27th in the country. I'm one ahead of you, that's why. Just pointing out, I'm ranked here to Jessica Willen.
Oh, and Vanessa just popping back out after being rejected by that hoop on that angle as she played for the Jaws.
So just having a wee think here, so is it's can't really clear where can she? Just
She could try for it. It'll need to be a split because it's right in line with the black. But I think she's just going to play it safe, play behind, and allow red to take that risk instead, playing black potentially onto yellow.
Ooh.
Which she has done, but potentially has left red in a hoop running position. As you can see there, just hitting black into yellow, sending yellow away from the hoop. With red just next to the hoop and blue in a hoop running position about a yard out. Now, so we'll just approach back, just looking to take a bit more control, but just hits into the back of that hoop, trying to squeeze past it.
So, Sue to play. She'll be playing blue. I'm saying she's going to have an opportunity at the hoop here. Don't you agree, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's got two. And I don't know why you wouldn't, to be honest, but should have a good go at this hoop here.
So, blue to play.
Oh, and just rolls backwards.
She's just got to follow through a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think. Just give a little push here at the end.
Bit of a, just got unlucky there. And just sort of rolled back almost down a hill after hitting into the hoop, but allowing red to just play a nice little stop shot there. And putting pressure on Sue to make the clearance. Now with black. She just decides which ball to clear. Decides on the yellow ball. And clears it to the boundary.
So, blue to play.
Yep.
Or, no, yellow to play, sorry.
Yellow to play next, yep.
So, probably just positioning in tight.
Yeah, just putting pressure on.
On black.
Forcing blue.
Black and blue. But it just rolled a little bit too far.
Blue may decide that red and yellow are quite angled and just set up to potentially be able to jump if the jaws are made, or to have a bit of a hoop shot.
Yeah,
but it looks like she may be
definitely needing a control.
Shooting at red.
Yeah.
Just trying to control it away, and does so very nicely.
Not whole outcome, still within vicinity.
Yep.
Red will just come back in front. Maybe the sneaky promo? Bit of cut?
Potentially. There's also something to be said for just getting that second ball in front of the hoop, but she does get that promotion quite well and really puts that pressure on this black shot here. And so we'll have to make on yellow. So we'll just play this quite firmly and cleared yellow out very nicely. And it's all open once again with yellow to be the first ball back to come in front of the hoop.
So red to play. I'd just say she's just going to sneak back in front.
Yeah, it's really putting pressure on Sue to keep making roquets, which she is managing to do so far at this hoop.
So we got Jessica Buller next to us munching away on her lunch. What's for lunch, Jessica?
We've got pesto pasta with halloumi and cucumber. It's quite delicious, I might say.
Sounds a little bit too healthy for my liking, but
sounds delicious.
Because I am vegetarian. So,
back to play. Aiming for a clearance or position to. Ooh, just falling a bit far, I think. Just looks like it's going to nudge red.
Yeah, just with that closer shot than yellow has.
So,
as yellow will just approach a bit closer, giving it an easier hoop shot, and potentially getting that wire on the blue ball towards red. And yes, it did, with yellow taking the brunt of the damage from blue, with red unscathed to attempt the hoop.
So red to play. They need to run this hoop down towards hoop 8. All for you AC players, 2 back.
I believe that's 1 back, Mikey.
I said running from 1 back down to 2 back.
Sorry.
So down to 8.
Just gets a bit stuck on the way through and bounces back out in front of the hoop, allowing Sue to attempt the roquet and clear red. And this is going to be quite a high pressure shot for blue by the looks of it from here. Although it does look like red is quite on the side of the hoop actually. With yellow more in the hoop running position. And so may just, yep.
Ooh.
That was a good shot.
Through the gap.
Through the gap, but very close.
So just aiming to roll into the jaws here.
This is just going to go in the jaws.
Puts the pressure on, so okay. We'll line up a clearance on red.
So we'll just try to get red back out of the hoop. But oh no, sorry. We'll take on yellow. Couldn't quite see from my angle, but she's cleared yellow quite nicely. And gonna try and leave red for the blue ball over on that west side boundary.
Yeah, so red currently in the jaws. Yellow will just retake position and blue will need to make a quite difficult clearance.
Yeah.
On red.
Definitely an important shot, this one. So close.
Not far off, not far
yeah.
off. Great attempt.
Just hit the middle of that wire. I think if it was a bit to either side, it may have even just snicked red a bit one way or the other.
Yeah, just bumped it out.
But
it will be...
That was an unlucky shot for Sue.
Red
And now
play.
Vanessa will try and play red with control down towards hoop 8. Oh. I think red has just tapped into the jaws a bit more, giving Sue the chance to just concede with black and go towards halfway, with Vanessa to promote her own ball through the hoop, scoring her the point and going 4-3 up in this game. Now blue has just approached a bit behind the hoop as these lawns sort of speed up with the beating sun.
It's getting pretty hot.
Although
today,
it's
Jason.
not as hot as yesterday. Yesterday being a right scorcher, but it's definitely heating up in here.
Yeah, I'm still cooking out here.
But there is quite a bit of a nice breeze flowing through, and I'm sure the players will appreciate that breeze.
So, Sue just contemplating what she wants to do. She's having a wee think. So, back to play.
And Sue's going for an... and got the hoop by the looks of it. Well done. Great shot by Sue there.
Definitely deserves a replay.
Ran it from about halfway down the lawn and managed to cleanly go through the hoop as well. It was unsure whether we'd even... very didn't touch the sides of the hoop. So... and now that evens it back up at 4-all, with Vanessa at the first shot towards hoop 9.
So very close match, Jason. Very back and forth game. So both wanting to win it.
Yeah, and just been treated to a nice ice block, so we'll enjoy those while we still try to bring you the commentary. But and now with yellow in a pretty good shot. Black will be trying to put a ball in to either roquet this or get in the wire. Just stops a bit too far past the hoop. Now Vanessa will try to run this hoop with control down towards the next hoop, although it is quite some distance out, so she may just focus on trying to run, but just off the outside of that left wire. Unlucky there. As Sue rehydrates, just keeping those fluids up on this hot day. And
So-
we'll continue with the blue ball.
So blue to play.
Likely just a bit of an approach, I would say. Would you agree?
Yeah, just some sort of position, not too close that red will just clear you, but the
Yeah,
position
yeah.
it is
Play
definitely
it a bit
vulnerable.
deep and out of the way, and just comes over to this far side, away from trying to get that wire from yellow at the same time. And then Vanessa will follow suit, just staying on that side of the hoop, away from all opposition balls. So we'll just play for a clearance here on yellow, on red, sorry. Just with black quite close to the hoop.
Yeah, do you think black's runnable, Jason?
It looks
Pretty
like a
angled,
tough
but
position. She might try for a jaws, or she might just decide to turn around and get a nice little stop shot on the yellow.
I'll play for the jaws.
Yeah, with red now coming in, it's quite a close shot, and it might even be wired black from yellow.
Yeah, it's definitely not your opponent's ability
Yeah,
to make a
and
jump.
whether Sue reckons that Vanessa will be able to jump over the black, but I think she's going to take that risk and go for the jaws. Anyway.
Maybe a little pop jump here. See if we can pop it through. Oh, nicely in the jaws.
Gets those jaws really nicely. Just approaching ever so softly and sitting nicely just in front. With Vanessa now to have an attempt at a side stance golf swing pecky. Just trying to pop that yellow ball up and over that black. Good weight there, but just onto that right side wire. And bounces off and rolls around to the left side of that hoop. With blue now wanting to prevent red from attempting the same sort of shot.
So, clearance needed on red. Very good clearance.
Gets that clearance really well on that right side of the red, making it even harder for Vanessa with the leg of the white of the hoop partially in the way of being able to clear that black ball. And she managed to get that clearance really nicely. And now Sue will just come back in front. With yellow just on that left side leg. Wanting to come also back in front, but very, very tight here.
So just walking around, have a wee look and see where yellow is positioned. But it will be blue to play. Expecting a clearance, Jason, here on yellow.
Yeah, I think so. Just with where red and black are, red could easily push black into a more wide position, and leaving yellow exactly where it is. And we're just quite trying to be a bit quieter with the players closer to our position. But Sue opting to just play in, but potentially having wired herself towards yellow. She doesn't look too mad with where that's ended up. Sue just opting to have a crack at the hoop, having wired herself from yellow with that blue ball, allowing Vanessa to just try and get this yellow through, and she does very nicely, making it 5-4 to Vanessa.
Yellow to play.
So with black having run just beyond the hoop, and I'm not too sure on blue's angle, but red and yellow still sitting quite deep, and Sue may be able to go for a jaws here with Vanessa having only two potential quite long jump shots to try and prevent this. So Sue will look to take control of this hoop here. And does so very nicely. Well in the jaws with Vanessa to attempt some pecky-peckies to try and score this hoop. Makes a good attempt there, but Sue may try to just roquet yellow away and prevent a second attempt. And one option that Sue could play here is to flick off of yellow and over towards that next hoop, but
it's a big ask.
Yeah, for sure, especially from that distance. So Sue just aims to make the jump shot a bit harder by putting that black ball in between, but I don't think that will affect Vanessa, and Vanessa will still have a go. Oh, and she does, but just unfortunately pushes that blue ball through the hoop, giving Sue not only that hoop, but also first ball towards hoop 11, and making it 5-all, all tied up.
playing tight here, Jason, with black?
Yeah, I think so. When you first ball with blue, I can't quite tell the angle, but if need be, if you can play a bit tighter with black, and it allows blue just, oh no. It's just played very too close to blue, and right on line with red that blue will struggle to be able to play the shot. And now yellow joins all 4 balls all together within a foot of each other.
Blue to play. Or black, I can't really see from this angle. Oh.
She was able to make a pretty good attempt at the hoop, but just bounced off the both wires and out again with red to just take a nice clearance on black, leaving yellow in front of the hoop to have a good attempt.
I think yellow's winnable, Jason, is it?
I would say so, yeah. It's
It's
definitely
quite
in front of the hoop and quite deep. And Sue may just try and put a ball in and put that pressure on to Vanessa with that yellow ball.
Well, that's what she does.
Oh. Vanessa just bouncing off that inner wire. But it may, I can't tell from here, but I've stopped blue from being able to see red. Giving it a nice little wiring shot there. So we'll just use yellow for a nice little stop shot and allow red to probably do the same to black here. Yep. Now Sue will be able to try and take control here. Bring black nicely in front, but we'll be avoiding that line between blue and red as she approaches.
So just having a wee think about it, it will be blue to play. And it looks like she's going for a clearance on the yellow ball. So, black to play. I believe will be an opportunity at the hoop. It's a little bit angled, but pretty straight on, about 2 yards back.
Yeah, she'll definitely be wanting to get this one and take the lead going into these last two hoops.
Free shot, I think.
Yeah, I think so, with yellow a bit of a distance away and red just off the side, I believe it is.
Yeah. So
whoa,
just
just follows suit with red. But Sue shows a bit of frustration there.
So again
with yellow just coming in on that opposite side from red and yellow and black.
So
With blue to have another attempt to run that hoop.
Blue to play. Oh, and again, just bouncing out.
So just tossing up her options with yellow and red so close to the hoop.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be a clearance on yellow.
Yeah, potentially an attempt at a double, but I think main objective is to just get yellow and set really close on red, making it hard to get a clean stop shot and stay in front of the hoop.
Good position.
Nessa gets right back in there with that yellow ball. And now Sue playing from quite some distance away.
So, I'm guessing she'll either most likely play for position.
Yeah, from that sort of angle and that distance, I mean, it looks like red is going to clear black. So, I think it's good to have a ball in there, just putting that pressure on one way or another, even with black potentially having to take a bit of a longer shot on the yellow ball. Sue opting to take a shot with blue, but just missing there. And then Vanessa able to just make sure that both Sue's balls are away from that yellow.
So black to play, making a clearance at yellow. Are you roasting here, Jason?
It's pretty warm.
Yeah, it's a hot day today.
It's quite nice with that ice block. But yeah, no, it's
not much shade here.
Definitely quite warm, but I'm sure it's more pleasant for the players with that breeze out on the lawns, but I'm sure it's not cool by any means. Now Sue has to make quite a large shot, about a 15 yard, 10 yard clearance with black to try and prevent yellow from having quite a short hoop shot. Oh, and hits it really well. Great shot. And we are back open on this hoop with no players in a great position for this hoop. Both players just putting a ball in. And Vanessa puts that second ball in, while Sue will have to have a shot at that yellow ball. And she would have wanted that blue ball a bit closer, I think.
I think
just in a more confident hoop running position, but I think she'll still have a go if she can get rid of this yellow to a far enough distance where it can't then return the favour.
So, black to play.
And she even gets a bit of a double clearance there. Slightly hits her black, off yellow, slightly into red. Just pushing red that little bit on a worse angle. Vanessa will just allow Sue to have a bit of a longer hoop shot. If she wants to go for that. So what would you think here, Mikey? Go for the hoop or...
Yeah, I think back herself with the hoop.
Yeah. It's again not quite a free shot with black, yellow and red close by, but not in immediate danger of the following shot running the hoop with red on the side. So just again hitting that left wire, and bouncing into red's way. And got a really good stop shot there, staying right in front. While Sue will try to clear yellow and leave red for blue to clear afterwards. Will be her plan. It's a nice stop shot there, hitting really nice in the centre.
So I'm expecting yellow just to come back in front?
Yeah, not much else that yellow could be doing. Not really worth hitting black at this moment in time, but definitely if yellow can just put a ball closer than black, maybe getting that wire just in case. And then you've got a backup in case the return clearance isn't available.
So, Sue to play.
So he gets that clearance, just pushing red off. Not too far away, but I'm sure her main objective was just to stop it from running the hoop and seeing where she can get from here. And red will just come in, putting significant pressure on Sue here, as Vanessa will have two balls in front of the hoop and a significant advantage, although it is Sue to play and has a potential to look for a hoop shot from here. Just made a stop shot there. Just not quite confident with going for, I'm not sure if the jump was needed or whether it was just a bit of a longer hoop with the obstructions nearby and balls ready to run the hoop if she didn't quite get there. So it's still on Sue making roquets while Vanessa is just keeping on approaching and approaching really well, I would say. Just coming straight back in front every time and really putting some pressure on Sue to make these roquets, but so far Sue has been stepping up to that Cool.
So blue to play. Clearance on red if I can see it.
Sue runs that hoop very nicely from there and just really puts that pressure back on Vanessa as she goes 6-5 up going into these last two hoops. And Sue will be hoping that she can get the advantage. At least, if not to hoop 12, at least to hoop 13, having gone 6-5 up.
Yellow is a little bit deeper than I thought it would be. I thought they were a little bit closer, a little more straight on.
Yeah, definitely both in hoop running positions, and with where blue ball is, it's going to struggle to just get down quite cleanly with the hoop right behind. But I'm sure she'll try her best to just get down there. Looks like she was able to hit that pretty well down, just off to the right-hand side. But
so ready to play.
Yeah, it looks like Vanessa's going to turn around and aim for black, just to take control a bit more.
Solid clearance.
And now, especially with blue on the side of the hoop there, Vanessa will feel she has a bit of a less risky shot with yellow than she had with red. But Sue,
I just saw it as well.
just going to play in and put that pressure on Vanessa and make sure that even if she does misses, she will capitalise on that. As Vanessa looks to make this all even at 6-all.
A little bit angled.
Not too far out, but manages to
tuck it into the jaws.
Tuck it into the jaws quite nicely. And really makes Sue consider what she can see.
Would you say if you think neither of them, say for example, if you couldn't think blue could get it out, would you have a shot at red to push yourself to halfway?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could, I would say. I mean, if you could flick off red, if you're not confident that you can get yellow out, you may be able to get over towards 13 and have an advantage, like we saw earlier today.
So, blue to play, red to play, sorry.
Vanessa just goes a bit too deep, trying to promote herself through the hoop, but Sue's going to try and get that yellow ball out, especially now that the the red has gone too far past the hoop. Ooh, solid hit there, but I have a feeling it wasn't enough and didn't quite get the yellow ball out of the hoop enough for Vanessa to run that hoop very nicely. Oh, sorry. I thought it was 6.
I thought it was 6 apiece.
Sorry, maybe I got that wrong.
I thought it was 6 apiece.
Thought it was 6-5 to Sue, but
we must have had that incorrect. It must have been 6.
Apologies for that. Looks like they are all done at 7-5 to Vanessa.
So good match win there for Vanessa.
Yeah. And
I think we're going to take a break.
I think we're going to take a break and go
And
to an
then
ad break,
be
and we
back
will be back with
Jenny
Jess vs Jenny
Then
for the final match of the competition coming up. Thank you.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the Scots different. The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect 10. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So, he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then, balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees, 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
And we're back with the game match started between Jenny Clark and Jessica Bullen. And we'll have that scoreboard updated for you shortly. I'm joined now by Paul Kaiser and Joshua Winter.
Good afternoon.
Kia ora.
And
I believe Jenny has already won the tournament, is that correct?
I'm not too sure on that one, but we'll definitely see how these games go here and this match goes. But she is the only one on no losses so far, with Helen now having dropped the previous match to Jenny just before.
And Jenny, I don't think she's actually dropped a game, has she?
No, she has not. So she's definitely going to be coming into this with high confidence. But given these other top 2 seeds, it's going to be a tough battle, I believe.
It's going to be a cracker of a match.
Yeah. Definitely stay tuned for this going forward. With Jess playing the blue and black balls and Jenny playing the red and yellow. As Jenny makes a nice little clearance on black. Just sending it not too far, not needing to send it too far with yellow.
I'm wondering if we're going
quite
to see
close.
some 7-yard croquet. We're going to see people flicking off boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, potentially it could be a
7-yarders.
highly tactical game here. With Jenny just going for a jaws shot.
That's been a favourite tactic of Jenny's
Yeah,
over this tournament.
definitely just playing that high percentage shot and just making sure that she has the ability to take control of that hoop. As Jess just pushes red some distance away while just pushing her blue off the boundary nearby.
So do we have any match predictions? Do we think Jenny's going to drop a game?
I think Jenny's going to be trying to keep up her consistency for the tournament so far.
Yeah, I think it'd take a lot to overcome Jenny. I don't think she's conceded 6 hoops.
No,
so
I
far.
think the most she's conceded is 5 so far. So Jess will definitely be trying to break that as we continue for this match. As Jess will try to potentially go for a bit of an in-off from yellow. Just using yellow to push herself.
I like the accuracy, but with where Jenny's put that yellow really close to the hoop,
Yeah.
always going to be in the conversation. Even if you hit the roquet on the right side, you're going to be smacking yellow into the hoop. And it won't go very far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you can see there, black's managed to get onto yellow, but then yellow bounced into the hoop and popped back out right in front of the hoop, able for Jenny to make that great hoop shot and make it 1-0 up.
So I think that's the standard we're going to be seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Everything
I
needs
think
to be controlled.
everyone's setting the standard here and really have to pick up their game for this match.
I can't see too much here. I've got that dreaded pillar in the way again. But I do see that it looks like two blue and black balls. Both the blue and black balls are both in front, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, I think Jess may have hampered herself, just playing the black behind the blue ball.
Was that?
That was Jenny with a hoop shot, just bouncing off the side of the hoop.
Must not be that hampered.
But
Shot like that.
I think it's now Jess to just get over black a bit and just
Standing over it.
hit blue easy.
Ooh.
Just bounces out.
That was a lot of respect that Jenny was giving Jess there.
Yeah, well, I think she just puts her...
But blue stops in a pretty
foot in
good
the way
position.
to kind of make no chance of hitting black on that backswing.
No, I'm wondering about that shot. That's a free stop shot for black.
Doesn't quite get it in the centre, but yeah, puts pressure on Jenny to make this roquet here, but I'm sure this will be well within Jenny's wheelhouse. Oh, sorry, commentator curse there. I will. Yeah. No, it's now Jess to make this 1-all.
And does so.
Yeah, and doesn't need to smack it through there, just shortening the distance on her next approach shot.
As Jenny just pushes it to the far side of hoop 3.
I think though if you would rather over or under hit it, I think you'd over hit it there.
It's definitely the more defensive position as well, just allowing you to clear to those longer boundaries as well.
Yeah.
Rather than under hitting and only being able to hit it the opponent ball 7 yards or so.
I definitely try and think sometimes, well, in this position, would I rather hit it too far or not far enough, and then kind of err on that side of caution.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jenny, being having the experience that she does, is definitely considering those sort of thoughts.
She'll be well aware of that. That will almost be second nature, actually. Sometimes when you're playing a shot and you've seen all these patterns a million times before, you don't even think about it. You just kind of follow a process.
Would you say almost like chess, where it's all about seeing patterns and being able to adapt and overcome your opponent based on your prior knowledge of the game?
It's very true. It's almost like chess, but except for every other way.
Exactly. Jenny just crawls into the jaws there. And we may see a big pecky here. I'm not sure if yellow is fully in the jaws, but yes, we will be seeing a pecky.
Do you think it could be worth trying to just, if you weren't going to do it, try and wire red?
Oh,
it's quite
great attempt.
Well.
Yeah, but she's also potentially made the follow-up shot with black even less risky, as she's managed to pop yellow slightly out of the jaws.
That's very interesting. We'll definitely be wanting to hit this on the left-hand side.
Yeah. And does so very nicely.
Is this going to be a boundary picky?
I think
she may have a double here.
She might even have a double.
No, you're right.
Yeah, Jenny was maybe trying to hit it where the red ball is now to force into a jump shot. Yeah.
It does appear she's playing it flat, so it must be open.
Very close there by Jessica. Just onto the inside of that wire, close to yellow. With yellow just wanting that hoop firmed up by the referee.
Now this is interesting. We haven't been seeing calls for refs to tap hoops down that much, have we?
Do you want to explain why players would want the hoops firmed up? Wouldn't that make them harder to run, almost?
When you're trying to play a really controlled shot to run the next hoop, you want the hoop to have a predictable response.
And
you don't want it to be
loose in the ground.
If the hoop is loose in the ground, it's going to wobble around. When the ball hits the wires, it will push the wires along with it into the ground, and it will take a lot of energy away
almost
from the ball.
bounce back and rebound into the ball almost.
Yeah, so even if it goes through, it wouldn't go through very far, and it wouldn't be as predictable.
Yeah.
If the hoop is nice and firm in the ground, it's not going to take away very much energy from the ball.
Yeah.
And it allows a nice controlled hoop run.
Such as that.
Jenny knows is very important.
She gets down very nicely towards hoop 4, making it 2-1 to Jenny.
There's quite an interesting position here. What do you think the options would be here, Paul, with the blue ball playing in, considering where the yellow has gone?
Well, yellow's playing on that sideline. It's really defending the entire area, especially with Jenny's distance that she can hit. The options are either you don't want to put a ball straight in front of the hoop because yellow's all over that. So you either have to come deep far enough away that yellow doesn't want to hit you, or to go in a spot where it's not worth hitting you. So that would be
such as behind it towards the sideline, or
even further
wired through the hoop,
exactly.
or similar.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it looks like yellow is open on blue, so I think Jenny is going to go for it.
I can't actually see with blue as I yet. I'm just trying
Yellow is definitely aiming at something, that's for sure. And just slams into the blue.
I almost wagered that she was aiming at blue there.
I think she was.
The outcome of that shot.
Oh, would you? Are you sure?
Yeah, and black looks to be in not a great position for hoop 5, so a lot of pressure on Jessica to hit this shot.
Oh, because there's no backswing.
Yeah, it's a hampered shot.
Well, she's looking. Can't have been far.
Very close there.
Yeah, so this could be you say this could be a turning point in the game.
Yeah.
There's a literal turning point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that is a good point, Paul.
That definitely could be. This would be what,
3-1 and get that two hoop lead, and especially going into the middle hoops where those shots are shorter.
Especially where black has a more difficult shot.
Yeah. And Jenny makes it potentially even just trying to just go through the hoop, but I think her main aim was running that confidently.
Yeah, just has done quite well there. She's managed to get about 2.5 yards straight position.
Definitely runnable.
Yep. Just had to play a bit deeper with that hoop being in the way. But also wanting to put some distance between herself and that yellow ball that is hiding out there behind the hoop.
Yeah, so Jenny's probably just thinking, I'll play yellow in good hoop running position, smash black away. Simple game, run it with yellow.
You want to keep that foot on the throat, right?
Yeah.
Keep the pressure. Don't let it up. And back yourself to make these big shots.
Stone cold killer.
Indeed. And gets that Roquet. Very nice.
And she only just nicked it, but she managed to get more than 7 yards on it.
Definitely showing her power there.
Yeah.
It's got to be in the conversation here.
Hoop 5 is the hoop that we are. I don't think it was wide because she went to the right side of that yellow ball, but just not quite.
So it's looking like this could potentially be 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, Jenny will be wanting to just put pressure on as much as possible and not let that foot off the throat. Ooh.
Now, what's Jess got?
Now Jess might be just trying to stop shot here from this angle, but hasn't made it pull off.
Yeah, it was a very difficult shot to get yellow away without hitting it into the hoop.
And now black has come really close, almost sitting in the jaws. But with Jenny so close by, I'm sure she'll be able to push that out of the way. And she might even look to try for an in-off almost, but just use that hoop to stay nearby. And Jess will have to make this big Roquet on red.
Right, I think we're back.
Sorted out the tech issues, have we?
I'm hoping. There's another opportunity for Jenny to run that with control. Yeah, it looked pretty straight.
Just goes beyond the hoop. Not quite to the boundary by the looks of it, but not too far off of it, to be fair.
It's quite a nice big wide area for Jessica to play into.
Jessica will be playing right central.
Ooh.
Just gone past the hoop also.
So it'd be interesting if Jenny plays in close and says, I'm just going to hit the black ball, smash it away. No, she's opted.
It looks like she's opted for the
just
more defensive approach.
The crosswire?
Just not no need to always play those big shots, and just trying to relieve the pressure on herself, being 5-1 up currently. 4-1 up, sorry.
5?
4, sorry.
I think for a moment I thought we were in another universe where 4 + 1 = 6.
Quick maths.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with blue out of position, Ginny can just play in here. May have forced her to do clearance of some sort.
Can Black not see anything? It looks like she's just playing in here.
I think it could see yellow, but she didn't want to play the stop shot game. Just kind of force Ginny to have to play a difficult shot.
But I think if all the shots you're giving Ginny are this distance, not many players are able to compete with that.
Jessica will just continue to play her own game and trying to get her way back in to this match and this game.
But it's still early days.
Yeah,
I
sure. I
wouldn't
mean,
say
it's definitely not game over yet, but by any means.
You know, maybe if we see 5 or 6-1, then you know the alarm bells are starting to ring. But anything is still possible.
Yeah. No, that's for sure.
Comebacks have happened from worse. I know every player here having the more games you play, the more you're gonna lose a 6-0 lead or like a 6-1 lead. You know, I can think of a few times where that's happened to me, and I'm sure it's happened to both Ginny and Jess.
Yeah. I mean, it does happen through the game.
Another good shot there by Jenny. We've just seen O tournament. She always has her balls around the hoop, and the opponent's just struggling to find control.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, is she lining up the red? I'm unsure about this, given where it is sitting. It doesn't look too runnable to me.
I think red is very runnable.
Red looks very central to me.
It looks like it's way off to the left, from my perspective, but I guess we'll see it when she lines this one up. Oh, yeah, it's not as angly as I thought. It looked a bit worse than that. Yeah, no stress. I just need to get my eyes
Great
checked.
Control. Straight down to the boundary. And Jessica will come back towards 7. Sitting nicely in front. If a bit deep. Definitely on the defensive side.
Yeah, would you say that this hoop is a must-win for Jess?
It's important.
I do think so. It's very difficult to come back from a 6-1 lead.
And just because it's possible doesn't mean you want to make yourself do that, right?
No. If you can prevent yourself from having that hardship, you would definitely prefer it.
I would prefer coming back from 6-0 up myself, but...
Well, I guess it depends how...
Then you only need one hoop.
Run.
Yeah.
If it's run down to the 8th hoop, then it's even more difficult for Jessica. But I think Jessica will be doing whatever it takes to get this hoop. She doesn't want to go 6-1 down.
Absolutely. And sometimes you may not even play it wrong tactically. It's just, you missed a hoop when you had an opportunity, and maybe it was a little bit further, and, it is what it is. Oh, this is a chance for Jess. Can she capitalise?
Yeah. Got to be able to capitalise when the occasion arises.
Oh, ho, ho.
Does so.
That.
With great confidence there.
That was delectable.
Jess just runs. Hoop 7 down to the boundary behind hoop 8.
I wonder if we're going to see the return of the master plan on Jenny's part.
What do you think the master plan would be, Paul?
Well, advanced tactical gameplay. So that would mean.
Please expand on that.
So we see that you guys have said that Jenny always seems to have her balls around the hoop.
Yes.
And it seems like that's what she's able to do against everyone. She's never having to play these long shots. Everything she does is to minimise distance, minimise difficulty, and that's all. It all comes together into the master plan.
The game after all.
That's the aim of the game, but it's hard to do it consistently.
Well, I think that's just a credit to Jenny being able to hit the balls right in the middle. She has done a few long roquets this game. For example, the roquet hoop 4 to hoop 5. Do you think the yellow ball's open? Yeah.
What, with black?
Yeah.
It looks like Jess is lining it up, so I would say yes.
Struggling to see myself.
And I guess you are kind of right in that there hasn't been any crazy tactics. It's more just been good shooting on both sides.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think both players are kind of aware of the more advanced tactics, but Jenny's just been a little bit more accurate in being able to hit the balls in the middle.
Yeah, so that's 6-2.
Yeah, with Jessica first approach to hoop 9, so...
Well, now I would hazard a guess and say every hoop is now a must-run for Jess, considering that if Jenny runs one, she wins the game.
You could say that indeed. I mean, it's generally how the state of the game goes, and, you know...
And I think not only for Jessica winning this game, but being able to build her confidence up for games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I go this far down in a match, I'm kind of thinking, oh, well, maybe this game is not looking good, but let's just try and run a couple hoops and bring it in for next game, and then who knows, maybe you'll happen to run a bunch of hoops and everything's back level again.
Yeah, and if you manage to run hoop 9 down to hoop 10, get hoop 10, then
well, it's game on.
11 and 12 are both really close to each other.
That's game on.
I think Jessica will be quite happy with that. It's probably a better outcome than just dribbling through.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a picky from Jenny. I don't know if we've seen too many, have we? Especially not long ones.
From Jenny?
Yeah.
I've seen
not a huge lead.
A bouncing bomb from about 6 yards from Jenny.
What's a bouncing bomb?
In this tournament?
Yeah, bouncing bomb. Yes, yeah, bouncing bombs where it bounces before it goes through the hoops.
Ah.
When you don't have kind of the power to do it on the full, sometimes it has to bounce before it goes through.
I think we've been seeing Jess do a couple of those.
Yeah, Jessica certainly capable of the bouncing bombs.
Oh, here we go. Is it the picky?
Looks like.
Oh, maybe not.
She may just have the angle to be able to clear it. Oh, almost tries to go through.
Well, blue can't run anymore, so mission success.
Just pops up, hits that top of the hoop and bounces around the side.
Yeah, and being 6-2 up, Jenny doesn't want Jessica to approach hoop 10 from the draws of hoop 9.
Yeah, no, that's understandable.
She's going for the hoop, going for the jaws. What do we reckon about that?
Yeah, definitely a risky decision. I think I personally would have just played probably in front and relied on black. Even if red sends it to the boundary, it's still only about a 7-yarder to clear yellow and protect that blue ball.
Yeah, definitely a difficult shot with these hoops.
Do you think that would be something her dad would debrief on?
Again, not too sure on that. Not knowing the inner workings of the man himself.
The legend of the game, Brian Bullen.
Indeed. there, Jessica. Just missing to that left side of that yellow ball.
And all the shots just seem that much shorter for Jenny.
Yeah, I think Jessica feels as though she has to take on those longer, more aggressive shots to beat a higher ranked player.
Do you think she does?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's something you have to do.
We are trying to contain our laughter as one of our friends has spilled their fizzy drink. Great embarrassment for them, but a great source of humour for us.
Yeah, it's Mr. Magic Miles, also known as
Magic Miles. Is that your croquet name?
No comments.
Yeah. Do you want to swap in and do some commentary, Miles, or nah, not too keen? That's fair enough.
Just here to watch the final match of the day on a lovely summer day.
Listen to us go on and on about
before the heat starts to dissipate away and we fall into the winter blues.
Well, it's already autumn technically. We've hit March. This is the second day of autumn.
Mm-hmm.
It's all downhill from here. This is probably the last good day we're ever going to get.
As the sunlight hours start to reduce, but there's still plenty of croquet to be played before the end of the season.
Oh, not too far away from the yellow.
Well, here we go. Now we've got
a difficult shot for Jenny.
Two balls in front. Oh, here we go. This one's for the game. Oh, restalk. Very mature.
Sure that she's on target. Doesn't want to make any silly shots here. Just finishes the game in style.
And does
she
so.
Does.
Really confident hoop stroke.
Good shot, Jenny. Game 1 to Jenny Clark.
Yeah. So I think it'll be another quick ad break. And I have a feeling that the players will want to get back straight back into it. So, yeah, we'll be back very soon.
See you soon.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So, he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then, balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
I'm Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 8,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
I'm joined now by Miles Duggan, as
Kia ora.
Jessica has just gone up hoop 1 in this second game, so it's now 1-0 as she tries to build her way back into this match after going down 7-2 in the previous game. Welcome, Miles.
Well, thanks for having me. It's a beautiful day here as usual in sunny Ototahi, which is good to see. And it's also good
Another
to
great
see,
day, just like yesterday.
Yeah, it's good to see some good croquet being played over these last 3 days. Been intense croquet. It's been good to see.
Yeah.
Jason, what's been some good performance you've seen throughout these few days?
There's been some great performances. I mean, Jean was a star of yesterday, playing all 3 streams on all 3 games on stream yesterday. And now followed by 2 on today from Jessica. But been some stunning performances all round by all these amazing wahine out here at this competition.
So obviously this croquet tournament is down here in Christchurch. I've heard we've only got 2 Christchurch players, so it's quite evenly spread out across New Zealand for this tournament.
Yeah, so I mean, you've only got Jenny and Gayleen from the Christchurch area, and the rest being from all over the place, so including down South Canterbury way, all the way up to, I think the furthest north is Jean from up in Northland. And it's great to see all these top croquet players from around the country come down to the lovely Otatahi and play here at St Martins Croquet Club.
Now, big shot here from Jess here.
Yeah, big picky.
Big picky here.
Yeah. Oh,
just lands onto the yellow ball, hitting it into the hoop and bouncing back out.
Jenny here just looking at her options, wanting to play a ball just up in front.
Just gauging where her opponent's balls are and making sure she knows the lay of the land.
It's a good
Keeping
shot
aware
there.
at all times.
Just put in a wire from blue to red, so it's going to give blue quite an opportunity to get that out of hoop running position. But just here, she's got a long roquet to see if she can get this out.
Well, just slid past. So I think blue has to run through the hoop in order to clear the red ball. So Jenny might just choose to play in here.
Yeah, I see a lot less of the approaching to halfway from these top players. Do you know where that is, either of you?
Well, I think Jenny's aware that there's definitely a possibility that red's not going to be in there in the next turn. Jessica's capable of running cleanly through that hoop with enough power to hit the red ball out.
Yeah, because it's pretty close, so what angle it comes out, it's most likely going to hit.
And does very nicely.
Did that run through the hoop?
Clearing,
or?
I think it might have.
Couldn't
quite see from over here, but we're quite far away now. But it hit, lovely hit red into yellow, clearing both of Jenny's balls back from the hoop.
But well, it looks like it was hit at kind of a quarter of the ball, so there might be a chance that just could have seen just about an
Just
eighth.
on the side of the hoop.
Yeah, just a nick off.
Thank you.
Some shots are here on the green. What are we thinking? What's going to be?
It's quite an interesting position with the black because I don't think Jenny wants to hit the black towards the next hoop. So I think she just played a block, blocking
quite an
the
aggressive
blue ball from the red ball.
Yeah, this is quite an aggressive approach here, going for a clearance. But it looks like it's just hit the left-hand side of that yellow ball. This looks like quite an angled approach. And runs it right through. Maybe it wasn't from our angle, but nice hoop there from Jenny.
Mm-hmm. And back to tied up, one each.
So these positional shots, when you're first to an odd-numbered hoop, I'd say they're one of the most critical shots in golf croquet.
Yeah.
If you get a yard, half yard in front, it puts a lot of pressure on the opponent to hit a long 14-yard clearance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, also giving you the opportunity to run it cleanly down to the next hoop.
Yeah, so do you think Jenny will be shooting for this? No?
I think the black's a bit too angled.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, with where yellow is and black's only got short boundary clearance. So where red can sit back up and clear with her yellow ball.
As both players just look to see what kind of angle that black is, and Jenny will deem whether she needs to try and clear it with this red ball here, but deems to just plays into blue, and Jess will have to take this short boundary clearance, just pushing yellow towards the corner and that side of the lawn.
Yeah, so this would be definitely a roquet here from Jenny. She's wanting to probably hit it on more of the, well, either straight on or on the right hand side.
Yeah,
on
all
the
the
left hand side. Jess is going to get a short boundary clearance. Still a really nice shot
Jenny
there.
gets that roquet very nicely, sending blue some distance back towards that previous hoop. And really taking control once again at this hoop. But Jess not want to shy down from a challenge and makes a return roquet.
So it's now just a bit of a reset here. Just putting a ball back in and seeing if black is going to play more of a deeper position up. Yep.
Yeah, I think Jessica just wanted good position, thinking she can just clear red away in the next turn.
Yeah.
Leave black to run the hoop.
And that just shows the confidence level of these players here, and knowing that although it may be a 8-9 yarder clearance, she backs herself to be able to hit it with ease.
Yeah, for sure. So she'll be looking at the right side of red just to maximise distance.
Definitely went for that side, but just a bit too far on the side, which I feel often happens when you're aiming for one side or the other.
Yeah, there's often a dilemma if you just want to aim for the middle of the ball. You're confident enough to aim for a side. So maybe Jessica was aiming for that side and only just missed it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just what I do a lot of the time is, I'll be wanting to hit the left hand side, but it's just best to hit the centre and hope that it somehow hits that left side.
Yeah, so red's actually quite angled here, so
especially with
shot
black
for Jenny.
right behind it.
Oh.
But Jenny
It was a good
just
attempt.
bounces away. And now Jess from a similar angle, by the looks of it. We'll still try to power this through. Does a similar rejection and stays in front.
It's quite a good shot there. Quite central in the middle of the hoop, but yeah, the hoops are very difficult this tournament.
Now Jenny just picking a point of where she can hide from blue through black and gets pretty much dead in front of the hoop.
So what do you think Jess is going to get up to here with this
I think
blue?
her options are really either a jump shot here or just clear the red and allow black to worry about the yellow later on.
Did you mean a picky, Jason? I'm not
Indeed.
sure what a jump shot is. Okay.
We are a dual language.
So she's put her hands down the shaft, so it looks like she's preparing for a big jump. Oh,
very close there.
Good attempt.
Yeah,
Just hitting that right wire.
Given black's position, that may look really aggressive to a lot of people, but I think just because of where that Jenny has the option of snuggling up to black or blocking black's shot at yellow, so she felt as though she was forced into that shot.
Yeah, so it looks like she's playing for a slow clearance or a snuggle.
Just going for that snuggle / block, but just goes a bit too far.
It looked like
Allowing
it kind of
Jess.
curved on the lawn.
Yeah, allowing Jess
Do
to
you think
have a
there's
bit
an
of a...
option here for an off potentially, or do you think the
I think
yellow's
definitely
too
if you
far?
hit yellow, pretty central, but it's maybe slightly on that right side, it'll pop up. But yeah, no, just
Yeah, sometimes the
bit too
trouble.
central. It's
Yeah, the trouble with going for in-off sometimes is your ball ends up behind the hoop, which gives the opponent
away
a large
potential wire
wide
position.
yes.
Yeah.
Just pull back in the cycle, putting a ball back up. Doesn't hurt putting a ball in if in doubt, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice clearance there. Good pace. Brings red close to the hoop. Good little ball there for roquets or putting a ball up. Well, it's not bad. It's runnable,
No.
but it
And I think
leaves
Jenny will
yellow.
have to go for this.
Looks like she's going
But
just
she
for
may
a-
just be, hitting black.
quite a defensive
And we'll
play there.
have another bit of a reset by the looks of it.
Yeah.
As Jess will play nice and deep, just playing away from red and yellow.
This is probably one of the first times in this hoop that Jess has probably gained the first shot of the setup here.
Yeah.
We're seeing Jenny pretty much playing up and just clearing, so it's a change of play here. So
that black ball's quite close to the yellow, so
Yeah, so I think
give Jenny a good stop shot.
But whether she'll want to do a stop shot to that near boundary.
Yeah, it would still give Jessica a good hoop running position.
She's definitely gone for it. Leaving red in, I'm not too sure what kind of angle. But blue looks like it will be having an attempt, nevertheless. And we'll run that hoop.
really nice
With a
length there.
great control. And
Great-
the blue
great
ending up.
confident shot as well.
Oh, for sure.
No,
Just
didn't wanna dribble
showing
at it.
Jenny that she can run those hoops as well.
It's how
and has
important-
come into such a good position down by hoop 4.
Yeah, it kind of just describes how important it is to get that length down to those even-numbered hoops there. It's a good ball there for a clearance, especially where black is.
So I think one of the key difference makers in this match has been the positional play. We've really seen Jenny miss position.
Yeah.
Apart from right
Although,
now.
yeah, I believe that was a bit of commentator's curse once again. We always tend to do it somehow, but we always try not to, and no. Jess makes a nice clearance in the centre of the ball.
Yeah, and it'll be that association croquet background that Jenny has.
Definitely
and
putting the
particularly
ball exactly where
the
she wants
decades of
it.
Experience. Yeah.
You know, I know association croquet is a lot about placing the ball really close, really tight in, and
Yeah,
making
just
your shots
putting it
as
on
easy
a
as
specific
possible.
blade of glass.
Yeah.
Now, Jenny here is just looking for probably about a yard in front, if not tighter here. Leaves less area for missing the hoop here. It's good to just put a ball in front, straight up. And Jenny here looking just to put a ball up, see if she can put a block in between black and yellow or the hoop.
Oh, just hitting that left side of the yellow ball into the hoop.
I think, you know, that's it.
And bouncing back.
It's sometimes it's pretty important just to put a ball up close, because, you know, you could have potential an off or a peel, so it could go either way from both players.
Yeah.
It's can be an important ball to put in close, but it can do you favours, and it cannot do you favours at certain times and places.
It looks like Jenny will just try to get this red ball into those jaws, and she has done that quite nicely.
What are the options here for black? What do you think Jess will do here?
I think it depends if the blue can see much of the red, which I'm
Guessing it
not in a good
can't
position
based
to
on this
see.
current aim. Ooh.
Now there's a potential for a bit of a, would you say, promotion here to hoop 5.
Yeah. But I think
red's a little bit out of the jaws, so
she might not want to risk it, but it looks like she's going to. Just backs herself to hit that square on, just like that. There's potentially gone a bit too far over the other side behind hoop 1.
But again,
but
it's
still has got the hoop.
Yeah.
Another point on the board. So
And
nothing wrong.
evened it up at 2-all.
It's unfortunate with blue there. Blue was probably looking to get top position in front. That would have forced yellow for a long clearance. But with those positionings, it looks like yellow can probably just put a ball back up.
Yeah, Jenny's just opted to go a bit deeper with the red ball, probably saying that she doesn't fancy clearing blue.
It's just a nice mid-pace clearance here, which she has done.
No need to push it too hard. It's only got to go to this close boundary at the back of the lawn here.
It was quite an interesting position by yellow. Jenny did not want to go in hoop running position, just on the opposite side of the hoop, far enough away from black that black doesn't have a shot to kind of stop it while staying in front.
Yeah, it looks like a clearing ball.
Yeah,
A Croquet ball.
Or a positional ball.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit too far. Definitely not runnable, but there's potential for a jaws there. But with the blue close by, I don't think I'd be wanting to jaws that.
No, I think Jessica will have to have her hoop shot.
Oh, good attempt.
Very close.
Now both players here have just got really
Couldn't have got it much more on target than that, but
yeah,
just.
But even with that hit, it was a really consistent, I guess, technique.
Good tempo to the swing.
Yeah. Both players here have got really solid techniques, and when in pressure, it's really important to have that consistency of that same swing. Thank you.
And Jenny will just play to get that nice and distanced away with the potential for a wire, but ensuring that the distance is significant.
Big Croquet here from Jess. Just a near miss, and it's hit the shed.
It's a good opportunity for Jenny to run this down to hoop 6.
Yeah, with that, I guess, size between the hoop and the ball, it's really good to focus on that. Just distance, getting it down past that peg in somewhat of a position to clear or run the hoop. It doesn't look like she...
just
another point on the
caught
board.
a bit too much of the wire.
Yeah.
Happy that she's got a point on the board, but would have been much happier with that yellow down towards that hoop 6.
But like many people say, like I say a lot, a hoop's a hoop, and that's that.
Yeah, it was Sylvia, the head referee here, would say, just put your pig on and jump for joy.
Yeah, you just got to take those hoops. It's good to be that extra point up, and it also gives you the first shot to hoop after 6, at 7, sorry.
Yeah, well, I think she still has a good chance of winning hoop 6. Given, Blues just missed position.
I think Jessica will be looking to put this blue into the jaws. I think I may have played that differently and looked at red. I don't know about you guys.
I quite like the jaws shot.
Yeah.
I think it's a right position there. Just kind of
especially with
forcing
yellow
Jenny into some more difficult shots.
Yep, yellow all the way back, having just barely been able to get around the hoop.
Yeah, for sure.
Because again, there is potential that yellow does hit the right-hand side and it stays around in hoop running position. So,
yeah, I think that's a fine position for Blake there, giving red no opportunity to stop it while staying kind of in hoop running position.
Yeah, it's a good ball. Yep, just done the job.
Got the ball out.
And the game resets again.
Yeah, just for the first ball win in front of the hoop.
She doesn't need to play necessarily in hoop running position.
No, she could
be
definitely just go for the
thinking
wire
about the
from
wire
red
and using that as a
and
clearing
just
ball.
waiting for red to play itself and then seeing where to go from there.
Yeah, but nothing wrong with that shot. Just kind of
Yeah, it's on
forcing Jenny into having
Forcing
hit
Jenny
this one
into go.
the middle.
Yeah, it was on the right hand side, so the odds of
Red
getting
not staying near, but not that it would have wanted to stay too near with black so close by as well.
Yeah. Nice shot there.
Yeah, I think so. I think Jenny may have preferred the other side, as it gave Jess a big opportunity to block it from the hoop.
It's falling quite short on that one.
Yes. Do you think that was intentional?
I'm not
Jason?
sure if it was intentional or not, but I wouldn't know what it would be gained from doing that, but I'm sure Jenny has an idea if that was intentional anyway.
Oh.
And there goes Jenny with another hoop.
Beautiful shot. Do you think that was somewhat of a double there between black and the hoop?
I think with how close it looked to black, it was definitely a double there.
I think she was predicting she's going to run that hoop with control and put yellow there just so she can rush the red ball down to hoop 7.
I think the rush from here it's definitely on. Quite risky, but with Jenny's AC prowess, it's definitely not beyond her capabilities, but just
Yeah, I think being up, it gives
falling
you...
short there.
This is an interesting decision by Jess.
They're just going on the offensive here and trying to clear red away and get some more distance from
So
where it currently was.
Only about 3 yards extra distance.
Yeah,
maybe 4 or 5
so she
yards.
would have been wanting to split that with black, red, sorry, coming off towards that far corner, but just hitting it a bit too central.
Oh,
Jenny able to still make that clearance.
Yeah, on the right side as well.
On the right side. Happy with herself there.
Just had a rogue ball just run beside us on the deck.
Yeah, just a testament to the power on display in the Women's Invitational.
Jason here's just left the commentary mic to find this ball.
Yeah, I almost thought he fell to the ground there, but I think he's okay.
I'm alright.
He was on all hands and knees looking for this ball, which he just retrieved.
Squeezing down under the bench into a trench that's on the other side at the edge of the decking.
Very descriptive, Jason.
You're welcome.
I've got a couple balls up here now. Black is looking at quite a... looks like it's in a hoop running position, but with this next shot, the options could change of a clearance or running through the hoop.
I think that will definitely be a clearance attempt now.
Yeah, definitely doesn't look runnable from that angle.
But also depending on yellow's ability to cleanly hit the ball with blue so close behind.
Yeah, it's a very confident option for Jenny there. She could have chosen just clearing blue, trying to lengthen out a hoop a bit, but she's fully aware that she can hit those shots and try to put the pressure on Jessica here.
Jenny just putting that ball that went out of bounds back on the line. It's important to chuck those balls back on the line because, you know, another few rotations go by or another few hits. I find myself losing the line and forgetting where that ball goes, so it's important just to put that ball back straight at the line at the shot.
Great shot.
Jenny is able to cleanly hit that and runs the hoop with confidence down to behind hoop 8. Go 5-2 up in this game 2.
All red there is just looking on the left-hand side of that hoop. It's not looking runnable, but
On the right hand side, I think. East side.
yeah, both balls have just gone right beside. So Jenny here just looking to just put a ball up. Forcing blue to take a clearance on this ball. Yellow. And just a close miss there.
Quite a good crowd turnout.
Oh, for sure.
For this game, there's
A nice
5
crowd of
people
people.
and about a 3-person shelter.
Just trying to hide under the shade from the umbrella while watching the games going on at their local club.
Definitely commend these players for playing out in the sun. It's it's a lot of work of 3 days of play in the sun. I was talking to the tournament manager yesterday, John Borner. He was telling me it was getting a bit muggy last afternoon, and you know, after playing several hours of croquet, it can be a bit taxing.
Yeah, I don't think people got out of here until 8:30 last night.
Yeah.
The last 2 games were just going on. And yeah, ended up quite until late into the evening where it was starting to get dark and visibility was starting to lessen, which is always entertaining. But yeah, managed to get done just before it got fully dark down here in Christchurch.
For a 6-2 lead.
And Jenny runs that with great confidence once again.
So Jenny here is just looking for one more hoop for the match. Just playing right up.
Yeah, so hopefully still lots of croquet to play.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there's still matches going on all the lawns. And such a beautiful day today. It would be a shame to not use some of this day for croquet playing.
Yeah,
but I'm sure these players will be thoroughly exhausted after these 3 days of intense competition.
Yeah, and 6-2, the game's not first to 6, it's first to 7.
Oh, exactly. I mean,
yeah,
it's not over until the final hoop is won, and if Jessica has anything to say, it will not be over anytime soon.
No, I've had multiple games, 6-1 down and winning 7-6 on that 13th hoop.
Keep that belief up.
It's doable.
Keep those spirits up, and know that you can and will win.
Inspirational words from Jason.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's good motivation and a mindset to have when playing this game.
Although as Jenny just relines up.
Have we seen this before?
Trying to finish
game?
it off, yeah. Trying to finish it off in a similar way that she did the first one, and taking great confidence, but just bouncing off that right side of the inside wire. With Jessica's black ball just on the side of the hoop there. Going for a bit of a Jaws approach.
And there's probably a little bit of Jenny that's happy that she gets to play more croquet. It's not over.
For sure, yeah.
That would have been her last shot of the tournament.
No, I mean, Jenny has
Spend more time out on the lawn.
Yeah.
Oh, that was...
Fancied a bit of an in-off there,
Yeah.
but doesn't quite pan out and gives Jessica a chance to
this is a free shot here.
win this hoop with this long hoop shot here. Just off the left side of the wire, pinging that peg off the top. And
Yeah, real close
we will
shot
do a
there.
bit of a reset as the players come back in front, with Jenny to kick us off with a bit of a deep shot.
It's always nice to chucking a deep ball in because, you know, it forces the opposition to, I guess, not clear yet and just put a ball in. It can be aggressive play at times.
Yeah, not a lot of places to clear red.
Yeah.
That's much further away.
That's a nice shot there, just putting a ball in front. But Jenny here looks to be going for a just nice roquet there, leaving her ball somewhat around the hoop. About a 7-yarder here for Jess on yellow.
Okay, so we might be seeing the second shot for the match.
As Jenny kindly fields her opponent's ball and bringing it back on side and onto where it came out.
I'm probably hoping that position doesn't matter.
Yeah.
She runs this hoop.
Just a quick restalk for the match.
Just
Jenny.
focusing, making sure she's on target as she plays this hoop shot. Yeah. But just off the square of that left wire into blue.
I actually don't mind just putting a ball just deep again.
Although she does have a bit of a promotion opportunity, and I'm sure she won't shy to take it, knowing she can put yellow right there and right in front of the hoop.
Yeah, she's probably done that shot thousands of times, given her AC experience.
Yeah. And Jessica just missing to the right side of that yellow ball.
For
And
the
Jenny will hope
third.
that she's done a good promotion and able to run this now.
For the third attempt
third
match.
charm.
And does so, finishing off the game and the match.
Yep.
And solidifying herself as the champion of this event.
Yeah, well done. Really nice, consistent player from both players, actually. It's good to see over the weekend some really good croquet being played. And, yeah, it's been good to see.
We'll just try to get some of the players over for a bit of a chat. And potentially Jenny just on her match win there. And game win. We'll just try and get Jenny.
Do a summary with these scores.
Yep. Yeah. Just see if Jenny's up for a chat. But as you can see there, Jenny was previously on 8 match wins, and that final one takes her up to 9, undefeated throughout the competition, and not even dropped a game.
pass.
Yep. And we'll just get Jenny on the mic here. So, Jenny, welcome in. Sorry about that. Well done on your win there, and congratulations on being undefeated throughout this weekend. And I'm sure you're happy with your performance and looking forward to hoisting that trophy.
Oh, I'm pretty pleased, yeah. I mean, I was just hitting the ball really, really straight, which was helpful. Yeah, and the hoops were just perfect for me as well. They were very difficult.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Anything else you want to say? Won't keep you too long. I'm sure you're
okay.
Looking to get in the shade and enjoy your...
I think a few of the ladies were quite shell-shocked coming here. And
Yeah.
just, the hoops aren't actually very narrow. I mean, I checked them all on the first day. They're fabulously set, but
Yeah.
they're on such hard ground.
Yep.
And unfortunately, with the doubles coming up next weekend, it's going to rain for 3 days. I mean, these are just the nicest, most challenging conditions you could get.
Yeah, and you're happy to play in these kind of conditions more often than not, and
I am if I'm
gives you that
player,
yeah. Gives you that much more confidence compared to the other players going forward. And
yeah, it's been good fun though. I mean, the match I had with Helen was very, very close. She got 5-3 up, so it was a little bit scary.
Yeah,
and I
but
just had to
kept
try
your composure and managed to bring that one back and
clawed it back. And against Jess, like against everyone, I've tried to get a lead, and then I've tried to just
hold
really
on to it and
reinforce it and not let them get comfortable.
Yeah, no, that's always the way you want to play, and glad to hear you went so well and managed to achieve what you came out to do.
Thank you. I mean, I lose ranking points, I lose handicap points. Not that it's a big deal, but I can't actually afford to lose one game here. But you know, some of these players are just really good. I mean, particularly Jess and Helen, but also Nick's. And pretty aggressive Nick is. And Jean's given quite a few of us a run for our money, so there's good players here.
No, for sure.
Really good.
And I'm sure they appreciated playing against you and knowing that you've got such a well reputation in the croquet
really nice.
world. And
They've been great.
I'm sure it's been a great pleasure to have you here and everyone else from around the country.
Thank you, and thanks for everything that you guys have done. You guys have spent hours and hours sitting here watching us play.
No, it's been really enjoyable, and we've really enjoyed the croquet that's happened. And thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Well done.
Now, I think we'll be wrapping up shortly, and we thank you all for tuning in, and once again thank our sponsors, especially for Kata Māori, for streaming this on their YouTube channel, along with our other sponsors who are on the screen there. So you've got Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming, and the Apollo Projects, who have kindly sponsored this competition and this stream for you all to watch at home now. So we'll just follow this up with our closing as Paul Kaiser comes over to close us out.
Nō reira, kua oti wa mātou mahi I tēnei rā. Ki nā kai whakahaere me nā kai whakataitai kia haumaru tā koutou hokinga ki o koutou kāinga. Tēnā koutou nā kaimā taki I tā koutou tūhono mai. Noho ora mai.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership. We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākoro nā te iti o te kura.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai I tō tinana ki tō ngākau.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees, 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. You beauty! And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.